Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Morning, everybody. Morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. Again, sorry for the late start, but, usual circumstances. A lot is going on. Statements have been put out by the Solicitor General, Mr. Michael Hilton, purporting to answer the charges made by Dr. Chen Young's attorneys in the Florida court. Another by Mr. Gordon Brown, who is lawyer Gordon Robinson, I beg your pardon, Mr. Gordon Robinson, who is the lawyer representing Judge Roy Anderson. He concentrates largely on the Herald article on Sunday. From what I heard of it, I haven't seen the statements. We haven't got copies of them, but they were available to some media houses yesterday, one in particular. I don't know that they necessarily clear up the implications of the allegations. For example, the Solicitor General. The Solicitor General, in his statement, made reference to the Judge Mr. Roy Anderson, having had a relationship with Myers, Fletcher, and Gordon. He said Mr. Anderson was not employed to the company. He was a consultant. Well, I don't know that means that there was not a relationship. There was, by his word, a relationship between Mr. Roy Anderson and Myers, Fletcher, and Gordon when he was practicing as a lawyer. Now, he goes on to say that when this matter of the case came up and Mr. Anderson was assigned to hear the case, he called the lawyers for both sides together to discuss with them the issue of whether they had any objections to his hearing the case. Now, why would he have thought of that? Obviously, he felt that there was some question of I don't know. It may be impropriety is too strong a word. Maybe an issue of prejudice. But whatever, he thought, or seems to have thought, that there were potential grounds for objection to his trying the case. Now, if that is so, if he felt that way, why didn't he recuse himself? I mean, it would seem to me that certainly that question arises, you know. It is not only of some importance, it is of fundamental importance that justice should not only be done, but that it should manifestly and undoubtedly be seen to be done. And seen not only by the lawyers, but by everybody, the people at large. So, I don't know, that's just one example of what seems to be wrong with this whole matter. And it seems to me that this is not a matter to be discussed in the media until the media have something else, something more attractive to discuss, you know. And so it goes out of the window like a 9-day wonder. This is an issue that has profound implications for the system of justice in Jamaica. It strikes me as being amazing that we have not heard a word out of the mouth of the Attorney General, in whose ministry the Solicitor General is of the order of a prominent secretary. Not a word out of the Attorney General. I heard on Nationwide yesterday that they had made contact with the Chief Justice. And the Chief Justice said something to the effect that he had nothing to say about the matter, could not comment. He knew nothing about it. Now that's all very odd, you know, because the Chief Justice is the President, I think it is called, of the Judicial Services Commission, the commission that appointed Mr. Anderson to the bench. And for the Chief Justice to be saying that he knows nothing of the matter seems to suggest that things that ought to have been made clear to the Commission at the time that it was contemplating the appointment of Mr. Anderson to the bench were not made. One of the issues being debated in this matter was, did the Judicial Services Commission do an appropriate due diligence? And was it informed, for example, of the declaration of the bankruptcy of Mr. Anderson? And the issue is not whether his bankruptcy was in force, in place at the time that he was being appointed. He had a history of bankruptcy. Is this not something that the Commission should have known about and taken into consideration? I don't know. It seems to me that what is needed here... We take a break. We come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
blah, 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 blah.
Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah? Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and a raisin cake, and our tasty Tasty orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tasty line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tasty Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Now, I was saying that that this matter of concerning the position of Mr. Justice Anderson and that of the Solicitor General, Mr. Hilton, these are matters that cannot be left to the public, of course, has a right to discuss these matters. These are matters of profound public importance. But they can't be just left to, discussion on programs like these. There needs to be an inquiry, a formal inquiry into this matter, and a determination made whether either of these gentlemen can retain their positions. Nothing short of that is going to be adequate. Air Jamaica has at last come out and informed the public of its negotiations to get rid of, or to sell its London route. And in the course of discussion again yesterday, again I think on Nationwide, I heard Mr. Connolly, is it his name is? Whatever the name of the manager is. I heard him saying on that program that Air Jamaica had been losing $2.5 million per month. Mr. Conway, yes. $2.5 million US per month on that route alone. $2.5 million US per month. Why the devil was Air Jamaica operating a route on which it was losing $2.5 million US a month? And why need Air Jamaica have lost $2.5 million a month on that route? Why? $2.5 million US. You know, the suggestion was made by Mr. Golding. I feel rather strongly about this issue of education. We have deprived our young people of adequate education for many years. And Dr. Davis had the nerve to go down into his constituency and to talk about the young men there being ignorant, uneducated, unskilled, unemployable, and irredeemable. I think I made the mistake of putting in a word there, unskilled. But they were uneducated, unemployable, and irredeemable. And he just dismisses them. Mr. Golding is suggesting free education. My own view of the matter is, and people have been asking, where is the money going to come from? How can he afford? How is the government going to be able to afford free education? Well, you remember that letter that we read on this program yesterday morning, written by a Jamaican woman who has been living in Barbados for the last 33 years. And a lawyer she is. And 33 years ago, when she went to Barbados, she found that Barbados was offering its young people free education up to the tertiary level at the University of the West Indies. And not only that, any student who qualified, they had certain qualifications. I think it's 4 subjects in whatever exam. And those, if those could get into, any one of those that could get into overseas universities, Oxford, Cambridge, Yale, Harvard, wherever, right? The Barbados government would pay their fees. And she made the point in the letter that in 1 year, there were only, I think, 7 students who qualified. And the Barbados government was so concerned that it set up an investigation into the matter to find out why there were so few students qualified to go off to Cambridge, Oxford, Harvard, Yale, wherever. So Barbados could afford it. In fact, Barbados takes the view, the Barbadian Prime Minister to whom she spoke on the matter was of the view that no self-respecting country could talk about not affording it. We talk about not affording it in Jamaica. Why can't we afford it? Well, I suspect that $2.5 million a month squandered on the London route, as only Air Jamaica, $2.5 million US dollars squandered on the route, the London route, as only Air Jamaica seems able to they seem to be expert at squandering money, both on the private leadership and now in the public sector. And the people of Jamaica have been subsidizing that airline for God knows how long. And you tell me, if the money squandered in Air Jamaica would not have made it possible to provide our children in this country with free education. $2.5 million US dollars a month. That's 30 million US dollars, right? And if we multiply that by, let us say 60, right? 63 is a rating, 180 million, am I right? Well, hold on. 30 million multiplied by 18 by 60 is first of all 300 million and then 1,800 million, right? 1.8 billion, 2 billion Jamaican dollars a month, a year, right? How much more than that would we need? Well, $2 billion is what was squandered at National Solid Waste Management Authority on one occasion. And if you take the trouble to read the Auditor General's report, you would come across, and the Contractor General's report, you would come across a host of other ideas concerning the availability of funds in this country. It really is scandalous. Terrible, terrible, terrible. I don't know how we're going to get out of this. There was a story in the, what paper was it? The paper on Sunday about police brutality. It was raised by the human rights group, Nancy Anderson. They're getting complaints, plausible complaints, at least one a day, about police brutality, violations of civil rights. And for every one that complains, takes the trouble to go to the human rights group, how many are there who are being beaten and kicked around and whatever else, and not bothering to go because they have no hope of anything coming out of it? Right? How many are there? And you remember Sister P promising when she was becoming Prime Minister that this would be the first thing that she would tackle, this woman who loved the poor? We take a break. We come back in a moment.
Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, creating wealth for our clients every single day. For effective stock portfolio management, speak to our expert investment advisors today. Telephone 960-639024. The time by Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5 is 10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us, and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a flash flood watch in effect for low-lying and flood-prone areas of central and eastern parishes until 5 o'clock this afternoon. A flash flood watch means flash flooding is possible, and residents are advised to take precautionary measures, keep informed by listening to further releases, and be ready for quick action if flooding is observed or if a warning is issued. The trough in the vicinity of Jamaica continues to influence the weather across the island and its southern coastal waters. Showers and isolated thunderstorms are expected to continue today, especially during the afternoon. The trough is forecast to remain near the island for the next 36 to 48 hours, resulting in cloudy conditions with periods of showers and thunderstorms, which may at times be heavy. Consequently, flooding of low-lying and flood-prone areas of central and eastern parishes is likely. Fishers and other marine interests are being advised to exercise caution, mainly over southern coastal waters, as strong gusty winds are likely in the vicinity of showers and thunderstorms. An improvement in weather conditions is expected after Thursday. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Lloyd's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. And we have with us a senior member of the Jamaican Bar, a former president of the Bar Association, Mr. Frank Phipps. Hello?
Yes, hello, Mutty.
Good morning to you, sir.
How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
So, my friend.
Oh, good. Now, as such, Mr. Phipps, as a high-ranking member of the Bar,
thank you very much.
Former president of the Bar Association.
Don't list my formers, you might not find anything current.
I beg your pardon?
If you keep listing former, you might not find anything current.
Oh, no. All that is part of your foundation.
I see. What's happening?
I'm just wondering, what is your reaction to all that has been going on about the Solicitor General and a member
about
of
the what?
The Solicitor General,
yes,
and a member of the Court of Appeal.
Court of Appeal is that?
Mr. Justice Don Anderson.
He's not a member of the Court of Appeal, is he? Unless he has gone up there recently.
Oh, is that so? I thought he was. He's a member of the Supreme Court.
Yes.
I see. What is your take on this, Mr. Phipps?
Well, I don't know if I have enough information, but I gather there are allegations of some conduct in the courts here in which there may be a conflict of interest in the courts here.
Yes.
And that had repercussions in Florida. Is that the situation in a nutshell?
That is it.
Because
yes.
I haven't really been following the matter in detail. What and I heard snippets of what this American lawyer said to you on the radio, right? But that is one side, but I haven't heard from the other side. I guess Mr. Hilton is going to issue a statement.
Well, he did yesterday.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it either. But I heard it being discussed on a radio program.
But I hope it is not as bad as it sounds for him, but if his statement clarifies the situation, then one should be able to give an intelligent assessment of the whole thing insofar as he's concerned. But without seeing or hearing what he has to say, you follow me?
Yes.
It would be a bit premature to say anything. Now, insofar as the judge is concerned, besides his involvement in the transaction one way or the other, which we really don't know about, until we see it. I gather he also got a lawyer to look into it.
A lawyer made a statement on his behalf.
Well, have you got a copy of that?
I haven't got a copy of it. None of these statements have been sent. Neither has been sent to us.
Well, one should, don't want to use the expression that they hear in court, reserve judgment until one sees the other side.
But the issue is a very serious one, Mr. Phipps.
It is rather, but maybe it is presented from a particular point of view.
Yes.
Which succeeded in Florida, at least in having a judge take a certain action. But what is of interest is the question of the status of the judge as distinct from his particular involvement in the transaction.
Yes.
Because my, speaking entirely from memory, is that to be a high court judge, a judge of the Supreme Court, you have to be a member of the bar for at least 10 years. Isn't that right?
Yes.
No. You can't be a member of the bar if you're bankrupt, if I remember the rules of the affecting lawyers.
Yes.
And if, in fact, he was a bankrupt, he wasn't qualified to be a member of the bar.
Well, no.
So the question arises, if he's not qualified to be a member of the Jamaican bar, is he qualified to be a member of the Supreme Court.
He became a bankrupt. He entered into voluntary bankruptcy.
He became what?
He entered into voluntary bankruptcy.
Yes.
I think it was in 1994.
Yes. But wasn't there, I heard somebody saying something on one of the stations, I didn't hear it clearly, about all the debts been liquidated because he voluntarily filed for Chapter 13, is that what it's called?
Chapter 7.
Chapter what?
Chapter 7.
Oh, well, what is that? Is that bankruptcy or not bankruptcy?
It is bankruptcy. My understanding is that it was bankruptcy. It was not bankruptcy at the, in the United States. If you have debts that you're finding it difficult, your creditors are giving you a problem.
Yes.
Then you can voluntarily go into bankruptcy.
Is it bankruptcy? Is that what it is?
It is bankruptcy. So it is. So all the parties have apparently said.
It is?
Yes. And I gather that at the end of the period of bankruptcy, the debts will have been automatically liquidated. I mean,
I don't understand that.
Well, I don't know.
How does the period end? I don't know. It's American law, though.
Yes, it ends after a certain time, apparently.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
So you can just write it out?
You can just write it out.
Well, is that so?
Yes.
I must look it up and see if we can have such a thing in Jamaica.
Well, I really, it's not something that I really understand. I mean, because it seems to me that this is injustice to the creditors.
It can't be like that you just write it out and automatically they are liquidated. I don't know. But the point is, though, as far as the situation is concerned, if our law says that you've got to be 10 years a barrister, right? If during the period, suppose a judge on the bench becomes bankrupt, is he qualified to remain there?
I imagine not. But the question is whether at the time that he was appointed a judge, he was still a bankrupt.
Yes,
because my understanding is that the period of the bankruptcy would have expired by then.
Oh.
Right? And in that process, he would have been cleared of all the obligations. That's my understanding. I don't know. I don't know whether
Well, we need to have a clear public statement as this so that we can be sure that the confidence in the judiciary is not shaken.
Yes. No, I don't know. There's another issue where he was struck off.
Oh dear.
At the New Jersey.
The bar?
I think it's New York bar. No?
Really? For the same reason?
I think it had to do with this.
You mean if you're a bankrupt in what's the name of the other one?
Yes,
New Jersey.
Yes.
You can't hold a status in New York?
Well,
we need to have all these points clarified, don't we? It's in the public interest that
I think it was in New Jersey, not in New York.
We have to. Mutty, we are just fooling around without knowing the hard facts, eh?
Yes.
And one wouldn't like to come down one way or the other without having the hard facts.
But the point, it seems to me, an interesting issue.
Yes.
The Solicitor General,
in
defending the judge's position, said that when he was appointed to hear this Chen Yong matter, right? Now, he had been associated with Miles Fletcher and Gordon, of which Mr. Hilton himself had been a partner, and in which capacity Mr. Hilton had been acting as counsel for the plaintiffs in the Chen Yong matter.
Yes.
Now, when he was appointed Solicitor General, that responsibility went along with him, apparently.
He kept the brief.
He kept the brief.
Yes.
Right.
Well, nothing is wrong with that.
No, well, I'm not for a moment suggesting that. But the issue that has been raised is of the Judges Association. Now, they're saying that he was not a member of the firm. He was a consultant to the firm. That's what
you're talking about, Anderson, the judge.
Yes, that's what Mr. Hilton is now saying. When the issue of trial came up, may I ask you to hold for a moment?
Sure.
Yeah.
I love Easy Flow liquid spray starch. The iron doesn't stick to my clothes. Trust me, no buildup. It's wrinkle-free, non-flaky, and it leaves my clothes looking neat and smooth. Easy Flow liquid spray starch, distributed by Barco Caribbean Limited. The time by Barco Caribbean Limited is
10:45. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now. Do you have fat thighs or calves, flabby arms, double chin or crow's feet, baby tummy that won't budge or unsightly cellulite? Well, visit Suddenly Slender and experience the magic of mineral body wraps. Would you like to be slimmer? Lose 6 to 30 inches? Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston, 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a flash flood watch in effect for low-lying and flood-prone areas of central and eastern parishes until 5 o'clock this afternoon. A flash flood watch means flash flooding is possible, and residents are advised to take precautionary measures, keep informed by listening to further releases, and be ready for quick action if flooding is observed or if a warning is issued. The trough in the vicinity of Jamaica continues to influence the weather across the island and its southern coastal waters. Showers and isolated thunderstorms are expected to continue today, especially during the afternoon. The trough is forecast to remain near the island for the next 36 to 48 hours, resulting in cloudy conditions with periods of showers and thunderstorms, which may at times be heavy. Consequently, flooding of low-lying and flood-prone areas of central and eastern parishes is likely. Fishers and other marine interests are being advised to exercise caution, mainly over southern coastal waters, as strong gusty winds are likely in the vicinity of showers and thunderstorms. An improvement in weather conditions is expected after Thursday. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
I got that feeling and it's so easy to tell.
From day one, Digicel give me real value. $8 Digicel to Digicel rate.
3 Digicel points to buy a new phone when I add credit.
Or when I pay my bill.
Digicel is the first company to give free credit. $100 every month.
Signal?
Them have the whole island covered.
And with the best customer service 24/7, they make me feel like I am number one.
Digicel, I'm number one.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mr. Phipps.
Yes.
Yes, now the Chen Young lawyers in the United States
Yes.
are saying that the fact that Mr. Anderson
Yes.
was associated
Yes.
with Myers, Fletcher and Gordon, and that Myers, Fletcher and Gordon was involved. Well, Mr. Hilton was there too as a partner, and they were involved in the case against Chen Young.
Yes.
The fact that Mr. Anderson subsequently sat as judge hearing the matter violated the principle upheld by the British court, the House of Lords, in the
Pinochet case. Huh?
Pinochet case,
Yes.
right? Mr. Hilton says no. When the judge was appointed to hear this matter, he called the lawyers into his chambers,
Yes.
and both sides, and asked them whether they had any objection, told them about this, and asked them whether they had any objection to his hearing the matter.
Who were the lawyers now?
Well, I'm not sure. Mr. Hilton was on one side.
Yes.
I'm not sure who the lawyers were on the other side.
Wasn't that the chap at Muirhead?
Well, no, I don't know whether they were in the matter at that time,
if he was
because I gather that the registrar of the Supreme Court,
yes,
in the process of making the appointment, also called the lawyers together and asked them. And
asked them what?
Asked them whether they had any objection to this judge hearing the matter.
Pointing out that this judge had been a consultant at the firm.
Well, no.
That handled the case previously. Or
I am not sure.
Objection to the judge because I don't like the color of his face.
Well, I don't know. I don't know on what basis that was done.
You know, we're talking about disclosure. Disclosure of what? You know? That's what we need to know.
Yes.
What was said. But more importantly, I would think that this is a matter for the client.
Yes.
Not for a lawyer to presume to say, I am making this decision on behalf of my client.
Yes.
You know?
Well, I gather from Mr. Chen Young, from Dr. Chen Young, that there was no consultation with him on the matter.
Well, this is a matter between Chen Young and his lawyer. And what would be the proper thing to do in keeping with the canons of the practice of law.
Yes.
He and his lawyer, if his lawyer goes and makes a serious and important decision like that without consulting the client and receiving instructions, it may be a very serious matter. But then the lawyer must have got Chen Young's permission. Chen Young says no, but the lawyer says. I asked him and he consented.
Well,
Usually
I don't know. I haven't heard that coming from them.
Usually in matters like that, in a similar situation, one gets the client to sign the instructions.
To sign the instructions?
Sign.
Yes.
S-I-G-N.
Yes.
To say, no, this has been brought to your attention. Please sign that you agree.
Yes.
That's point one. Point two is whether this is a matter on which there can be consent at all. You follow?
Yes.
Whether or not the streams of justice should be so pure that anything that tends to pollute it, nobody can consent to the pollution.
Well, it is not only of some importance.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. You know, we don't know enough about all this, you know.
Yes.
We need to get, and this is a matter of great public interest.
But it does seem, Mr. Phipps, on the basis of what Mr. Hilton has said, that the judge himself had some doubts as to the propriety of his undertaking the trial.
If the parties were called to declare whether they have any objection, that means that whether it was the registrar who called them or the judge who called them.
No, the judge did in one case, according to Mr. Hilton.
What, it was done twice? By the
Apparently.
judge and the registrar?
Apparently.
That's very odd.
Apparently.
That's very odd. Well, on that issue, as I said before, we need to know whether the client consented, and two, whether it is a matter of consent at all.
Yes.
You know? And this needs to be cleared up, eh?
Don't you think, sir, that this requires far more than discussion on media?
Oh, no doubt about it. When the Farquharson Institute, when I was active there, we called years ago that the whole question of the administration of justice should be looked into.
Yes.
You know, the performance in the courts, the DPP's office, the Attorney General's office, and we got a little crumbs from the table in that the DPP's office was inquired into, but we haven't got the report of that inquiry up to now.
Yes.
And we don't know what has happened. They had an enormous, a very thorough assessment of the administration of justice recently with the assistance of some Canadians.
Yes.
We don't know what is happening to what report. But to come back to the matter at hand, I think we need to know the position when Justice Anderson was appointed. And we need to know from the law firm where he had previously been with which he had previously been associated, what was his status there?
Yes.
You know? And what due diligence was done before accepting.
But an interesting thing.
Yes.
I heard on Cliff Hughes saying yesterday.
Yes.
That his people had got in touch with the Chief Justice.
Yes.
Who is, as you know, is the president of the Judicial Services Commission.
Yes.
And the Chief Justice had said that he has nothing to say. He knows nothing about the matter.
Well, maybe he's seeking information about it. Maybe when he was asked, he knew nothing about it, and he was getting information about it.
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
He knows nothing, and he was... It having been brought to attention, he was looking into it. But not only as president, but as Chief Justice, he has a responsibility.
I should have thought so. Yes.
Find out.
But look here, Mr. Phipps.
Justice, some former judges would call each other Judgy.
Yes.
They'd call him and say, Judgy, what is this all about? You know what I mean?
Yes.
What is this all about?
But Mr. Phipps, this brings into question.
This brings into play the whole question of the administration of justice. Must be in the open.
And the appointment of judges.
Oh, there's no doubt about that.
Because the judiciary is the final bastion that stands in the defense of the rights of the people.
No doubt about that.
And how can...
I sent a letter off recently to the press. I hope they'll consider it worthy of publication.
Yes.
On these points. You know what I mean? There's too much happening that makes me uncomfortable.
Yes.
And we need to have it cleared up once and for all in the public interest. Because as it is, people are probably undeservingly so.
Yes.
Being regarded as somehow involved in some hanky-panky. May I use that word?
Yes.
Those words?
The proper pronunciation, apparently, is hanky-panky.
Oh, I see. I see. You know what I mean? We need to be sure that there is confidence in the judiciary and that all is well in the state of Denmark.
Yes, and the people cannot just be sitting down and hearing that so-and-so has been appointed and don't know who so-and-so is, what his background is, what his qualifications are, what his... what kind of person this is.
The appointment of judges is a matter that has to be reviewed, eh?
Yes.
And some firm and hard decisions are made in the public interest.
Absolutely, sir.
And we can't keep on destroying people's character by rumor.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Because when a lawyer in a case makes statements about his client, he's putting his client's case in the best light.
Yes.
which might not be actually correct insofar as the facts are concerned. It's an interpretation. We are all dealing with other people's interpretation of facts, you know.
Yes.
What are the facts in the case, in the situation? What's the position at the law firm where these gentlemen were, right?
Yes.
What's the position in the judiciary where the other gentleman was? What's the position in the Attorney General's office where the other gentleman? Get some hard facts, but don't let's go destroying people's character.
And there's a letter written by, or sent out by a law firm.
Yes.
That was at one point defending Mr. Dr. Chen Yong.
Yes.
In which they wrote to the judge with a copy to Mr. Hilton.
Yes.
In which, and they're saying in the letter
the
that
judge himself wrote, or the...
No, the law firm wrote to the judge.
You know, the writing to a judge?
Yes.
Is something that I don't read, you know. You write to the registrar and ask him, would you kindly bring this to the attention of
No,
his
well,
lordship?
apparently it was addressed to the judge.
No, man, you mustn't have this type of correspondence.
Saying that they had every confidence in him and all this, if they were called upon to act on these allegations, that they would not do so, they would resign.
The brief?
Yes.
Well, you know, that no, the client mustn't be happy about that. Eh?
I'm sure he was not.
The client mustn't be happy, but I do regard as something that should not be encouraged.
Yes.
Where lawyers write to judges.
Absolutely.
Because where will that stop?
And quite true.
You know what I mean?
Yes.
Where
Mr. Phipps, thank you very much.
I have some very close friends who are judges who, when they went on the bench, I made it quite clear, stay far from them.
Yes, indeed.
It's not that anything improper or corrupt might happen, but the perception.
Yes.
You could either be
must
buying or
avoid.
selling.
Yes, indeed.
You know, I don't like it.
Thank you, Mr. Phipps. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank
All
you.
the best to you.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is
11:01.
All right. We're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick.
Definitely automatic.
New or used.
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
As part of ongoing efforts to improve service to their customers, the Jamaica Public Service Company, JPS, will need to suspend electricity supply in order to carry out maintenance work on Thursday, May 31, between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. in the following areas of St. James: Comfort Hall, Ramble Hill, Wales Pond, Roehampton and all roads leading off, Rocky Road, Mafuta, Mount Horeb, Fern and all roads leading off. JPS apologizes for the inconvenience caused by this outage. Every effort will be made to restore supply as soon as possible. For customer service information, please call 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577. You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Good morning to you, Mom.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Perkins.
How are you?
Well, I can't say I'm fine, sir, because I'm having a terrible headache.
Oh, gosh. Why?
Mr. Perkins, from about 2 weeks now, I'm calling from Clarendon, Southwest Clarendon, in a little district called Aylesfield. About 2 weeks now, I saw this PNP caretaker. He was passing through. I heard that he's the one running in the next election. Mr. Perkins, he was one of his followers was pushing flyers to my face, and I was telling him that I don't want to see it because I'm not a PNP.
Putting up flyers?
Yes, one of the flyers with his
flyer
on it. Yes, sir.
I see.
One of the flyers. All right. What happened now? At the same day, they started to dig up the road, saying that they was going to change out the pipes. Those pipes that are in first, I mean, they wasn't leaking. The road needed to fix more than the pipe. It wasn't leaking. Only that they say because the water pressure is low. That is why. Mr. Perkins, I can't understand how they say the water pressure is low. When rain fall, you get a high water pressure. I mean, it seems as if they turn the pump down during the dry time, and then rainfall, they turn it up. So I don't think those pipes are any problem at all.
Yes.
Now they dig this trench across everybody gate. It's a long trench, maybe about more than nearly a mile long, from Aylesfield district back to Cove Falls. I mean, I have to get a whole tabletop to put across my gate to cross the trench that they dig.
The gate across your gate?
Yes, I have to put a tabletop there to walk on it to cross. Now the rainfall, Mr. Perkins, so much mud last night. I was going to work, Mr. Perkins. I don't know what stopped me from fall down because I cannot see. I step on that tabletop and I start to rock.
What do you mean you can't see?
I mean, we have the street light, but none is not. It was dark.
Oh, God.
Right? And I mean, Mr. Perkins, you cannot live with this.
Yes, Mom, but you realize what is happening.
I mean, because they are saying they are doing things to show us. I mean, for 18 years ago, they did not do anything. And now they are hurrying up to do things, Mr. Perkins. I don't know why. I mean, but they are making things worse.
There's something in the offing. You know that?
Yes, sir, I know.
So they have to try to get something done so that they can, get some votes. In the hope of getting some votes, that people won't mind the fact that they have been all these years without adequate roads and water supplies. But now they get the road and the water, they'll vote the right way. I'm sure it is being hoped.
But Mr. Perkins, it's a 2 weeks now, and it is down there. Nobody.
It don't fix it.
No, sir. I mean, I have to have that table across the gate. Same way.
They dig it up 2 weeks ago.
Yes, it's going through. They're digging it up 2 weeks ago. They start.
Any pipes put in?
They drop a pipe in there, and our water pressure cut off. They don't have any water either.
For you. Oh,
I mean, right now I want to have a bath, and I can't have a bath because I don't have any water.
Oh, God.
So I'm asking if you could get
You're sure it's not the Labour Party that is doing this to you?
The Labour Party is not authorized to do these things now, sir.
Well, maybe they might be pretending to be government and doing it in order to make you vote.
No, sir.
Incidentally, I heard... Where are you from?
I'm down southwest. I'm from Clarendon, sir.
Oh, southwest Clarendon. There's a story on the radio this morning about Mr. Audley Shaw. I mean, the impression one gets is that Mr. Shaw needs to have his head examined. You know what he said to have done?
No, I didn't hear that one.
Mr. Shaw is apparently, refusing to put up $500,000 for the boarding and lodging of the Cuban experts who are going around the country screwing in bulbs. You know, these what you call it, bulbs, the fluorescent bulbs, energy saving bulbs.
Yeah.
Right? They are apparently it would cost $500,000 for these people to be boarded and lodged in his constituency so that they can go around the constituency offering the people bulbs and screwing them in.
So nobody in Jamaica cannot do it?
Well, I don't know. I screw in the bulbs in my house. You don't screw in the bulbs in here.
Yes, I screw in, but I'm wondering if they want somebody to do it, why they get
well,
somebody.
But the idea that it is going to cost $500,000 to get these Cubans to come distributing these bulbs and screwing them in, right? I'm sure that that $500,000 could have bought bulbs for all the people in his constituency and left change.
That too.
You don't think so? Eh?
It could be more than that.
Yes. And when I hear people asking, how are we going to pay the cost, to bear the cost of free education? Right? There are 60 constituencies in Jamaica. Am I right?
Yes, sir.
So, if each one of them is having to put up, I don't know whether they have, must say, from the constituency, what you call it, that fund that is given to them, right?
Yes, sir.
To spend on constituency improvement. Now, if each one of them is going to be putting up $500,000 to board and lodge these Cuban bulb screws, right? Then that is what, $30 million?
But that could go towards the free education.
I think it could free educate a whole lot of young people.
I'm telling you, I don't know what is happening. I don't know.
I don't
know what is happening. They're just walking around and, they make people life so unhappy at times.
Well, I don't know. But $500,000 to screw in bulbs.
Imagine that.
Yes, and something is wrong with Mr. Shawman. Him not
because
putting up the 30.
Refused. Because he refused.
Well, he refused to put up his share of it. $500 million.
But Mr. Shaw can tell us that he will come.
Hold on a little bit. $500,000. Is it?
Yeah.
Yes. 500,000. So that's no, it would be 30 million. It would be 3 million. Am I right? No, 30 million. $1 million every 2 constituencies. Yes.
But Mr. Shah could go around and screen the bulb himself too.
Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Anyway, Mom, thank you very much.
Okay.
All the best to you. We take a break. We'll come back shortly.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is 11:15.
Beautify your place with home and things. Liven up your space with home and things. Tiles, baths, and pretty things. That's where we specialize. Home and things. Beautiful accessories to thrill your eyes.
Home and Things, a wonderland of beautiful things for the home at rock bottom prices.
So, for a home that really sings,
Home and Things.
beautiful things, beautiful prices.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him look at the money, him sorry he never have more.
And Marjorie said,
Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We say the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Oh, yes, Nancy Anderson here.
How are you, Mrs. Anderson?
I'm fine. And you, sir?
Not too bad, but, I'm sure not as fine as you.
Thanks.
Look here.
Uh-huh.
I saw this story in the Gleaner on, when was it? Saturday, no? Saturday?
Or Sunday?
Sunday.
About the Council for Human
Sunday
Rights?
Gleaner. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
A daily police abuse, you are getting complaints from, on the average, one person a day.
Yes.
About police abuses.
Yes.
But this is fantastic.
Fantastic?
Well, I mean, I know that it happens, but one person a day?
Well, I said on the average, right? On a good day, we might not get any.
I beg your pardon?
On a good day, maybe we wouldn't get any complaints, and then on the next day, we'd have 2 or 3,
Yes, but on the other hand, I mean, I'm sure that there are a lot of people who are abused, who don't
report,
do very much about it.
Yeah.
So when you are getting on the average one a day, that is telling you that, the actual numbers are probably well above that.
Mm. And I really have to define abuse, too,
yes.
right? Because it varies from someone coming in and saying that the police talk to them bad, tell them go away or something like that.
Yes.
To what we would just say, well, you have to realize people will have off days and stuff,
Yes.
To actual killings, and really grave assaults. To people, and we frequently have people who come in and say that they're some relatives, sons and husbands and baby fathers usually, are being held by the police and they can't see them, they can't bring them any food,
Yes.
that kind of thing. And in those cases, we can assist them to get a duty counsel, an attorney who will deal with the matters.
Yes.
So it varies greatly, but the complaints are there.
And they persist, and it seems to be getting worse, does it?
It may be seeming to get worse. I look at it another way. I think people are learning more and more that they don't have to take this kind of abuse from the police, that there is a place they can report it, more than one place, and that people are more aware of their rights and more reports are coming in.
But when they report it, Mrs. Anderson, what happens?
Okay, well, we generally, if it's something that we can sort out, we will make phone calls, advise them as to legal representation through the legal aid system, things like that. If it's something much graver, we will take it on as a case. We generally refer them to the Police Public Complaints Authority, primarily because the authority has the powers and the resources to actually investigate. Well, they have some resources, more than we do.
Yes.
To actually investigate complaints, you know.
More than you do.
Right.
But not necessarily the resources they need.
No, certainly not. I agree with that. And we have a good relationship with the Police Public Complaints Authority, and I really praise the work that they do, and they keep in touch with us, we keep in touch with them. So if a case is, after investigation, sent to the DPP, for example, for a ruling,
yes,
we will generally advise our clients that on the basis of that even, they should take some action to get some compensation for whatever it is, personal injuries, property damage, detention, whatever.
But, you know,
and
Mrs.
we
Anderson,
assist them to do that.
Part of the problem here is that it is very expensive for people to go to court. All right, they can have legal aid, they can have help from you, right?
Well, remember, there's no government civil legal aid.
Yes.
And these would normally be civil cases.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we do assist some people. Some people will refer to other attorneys. Some people you just realize can really afford to pursue it, you know?
Yes, I mean, people call me on this program all the time.
Yeah.
Telling me about
calls from you.
Problems that they have. And I suggest to them that they go and see a lawyer.
Yeah.
Right? And the words are hardly out of my mouth before I realize that what the implications of this are.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But most of the people that are abused in this country do not have the means of taking the matter. And when they put the matter in the courts, it is probably going to take them 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years.
Yes, it can take a long time.
Yes.
But particularly when a case is properly investigated, I have found the Attorney General's office much more willing lately to discuss settlements.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. In the past, my experience was that everything was taken to court, and then, as you said, many years later, it was resolved. And the cases that I did years ago, you know, you just got, as an attorney, got a very good track record because you would win most of the cases against the government. But most of them should have been settled.
Eh?
Yes, and in my years of doing cases daily in court, I can only remember one case against the government, and it was just an accident matter that involved a government vehicle.
Oh, is that so?
That I lost, and I lost because my man was really the negligent driver.
Yes.
But as far as cases against the state for abuses, I remember one lady was dragged off a train by a policeman. When the trains were running. So you know how long ago that was.
Yes.
And, you know, the judge even said that this case should have been settled long ago, you know, when I won.
Oh, but then I tell you something. That is something that I'm sure a lot of people do not realize in this country. That the courts are responding in that sort of way to these abuse cases.
Oh, yes. the judges will listen to the evidence, and on the basis of that evidence, I find them fearless to decide that in a particular case the police officer is negligent and therefore or malicious, and therefore the government needs to pay.
But that is something that we need to publicize.
Okay.
To make people understand, because, people believe that everything is against them. It's important for them to understand that the courts are functioning in this way.
Yeah. You remember the case that you really assisted me one August, a few years back, to get a man off of death row.
Yes.
The case where the video tape had been
yes.
hidden by the police, literally. That case, in that case, we have sued on behalf of the two gentlemen who were locked up for over 7 years.
Yes.
And judgment has been entered in their favor. The government agreed that they would have to compensate them. And so it was a consent judgment. But we have to now go to an assessment of how much money, what the damages are, how much money should be paid to them for that. And that is still proceeding.
And that is the problem, because, there have been some cases in which damages have been awarded.
Yeah.
And they seem to me to be minuscule sums when you consider what the people have gone through.
Yes. Well, sometimes it's hard to compensate. How do you really put a figure on that person who spent over 5 years on death row?
Well, that sounds to me like a few $100 million US.
Yeah.
Right? I wonder what such a person would be awarded in the United States.
Wow. Yeah, even looking at it here, it has come to quite a mammoth estimate of how much he should get.
If that man gets $2 million, he's doing well.
$2 million US?
In Jamaica.
No, hopefully you'll get more than that.
You think so?
Yeah.
Well, but when you remember, what did the Ghana Barrett's mother get?
Something, I don't recall the sum, but you're right, it was one or two.
Something like $800,000.
Yeah, and a house eventually, right?
A house eventually.
But,
what did
really.
Janice Adams' mother get?
It's always, in those cases, you always get more money if you're injured badly or detained a long time than if you die.
Yes.
The damages are smaller.
Well, but that is not right, is it?
Well, it's right because it's the person is no longer here to enjoy the money.
Yes, but the mother that went through all that pain to bring that child into the world, who brought up that child.
Yeah.
Right? And who enjoys the company of that child.
Yeah.
She deserves some consideration.
Right.
Eh?
Yeah, but immeasurable again, too,
Yes.
I'm sure
and then now, there is another matter. Oh, Lord, it slipped out.
You're thinking of Michael Gale's mother, maybe?
Eh? No.
Janice Allen, you said.
No. I was thinking of yes, Janice Allen. Michael Gale's mother.
Michael Gale's mother is, has she even got an apology?
She hasn't even got an apology.
No.
Oh, my God. Has she got anything by way of damages?
I think something was. I'm really not. Sure. So I'd rather not guess.
But then now, when damages are awarded in cases like these, you and I pay.
Yes, absolutely.
What happens to the policeman or men who did this?
I don't know if there's a policy where they're asked to pay something, but that would be internally.
They're asked to pay something.
I'm not certain. I certainly think they should be, but I doubt it. I'm not certain. Perhaps somebody from the Attorney General's office could address that.
And then there should be the consideration of whether that person should continue in the police force.
Oh, yes, there should be that consideration, definitely. And that now is a matter for the Police Services Commission, I suppose.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah.
Hold on just a moment for me, please.
Researchers at the University of Carolina Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is 11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about independent living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a flash flood watch in effect for low-lying and flood-prone areas of central and eastern parishes until 5 o'clock this afternoon. A flash flood watch means flash flooding is possible, and residents are advised to take precautionary measures, keep informed by listening to further releases, and be ready for quick action if flooding is observed or if a warning is issued. The trough in the vicinity of Jamaica continues to influence the weather across the island and its southern coastal waters. Showers and isolated thunderstorms are expected to continue today, especially during the afternoon. The trough is forecast to remain near the island for the next 36 to 48 hours, resulting in cloudy conditions with periods of showers and thunderstorms, which may at times be heavy. Consequently, flooding of low-lying and flood-prone areas of central and eastern parishes is likely. Fishers and other marine interests are being advised to exercise caution, mainly over southern coastal waters, as strong gusty winds are likely in the vicinity of showers and thunderstorms. An improvement in weather conditions is expected after Thursday. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
Paul, me never did tell you about the Super Value specials at Wendy's.
No, Oliver, but
you know them have 3 different meals for only $195 each.
Do they?
Them have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, and the 5-piece chicken nuggets, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious like everything at Wendy's, and each for only $195, including GCT.
Sounds like good value.
The best value in town. It's Wendy's high quality at low price.
The Super Value specials at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you, Mom. Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm still here.
When one thinks of the issue of human rights in this country, there are a few names that stand out. Difficult, I think, to find a dozen, right? I see Dr. Jeff Ford has now joined. the ranks, right? But it seems to me that really, if, those people, I grant you, I mean, they're really putting themselves out, right? People like you and Dennis Daly and Susan Goff and Carolyn Gomes and Yvonne Sobers and, a few others like that. But it seems to me that for this problem, and with all the efforts that you're putting into it, I mean, very often you hear people calling you criminal rights activists.
Yeah.
Right? The results are not coming out because what you want to do is not just to react to violations of human rights, but to prevent it.
Yes.
Right?
Definitely. Yeah.
And it seems to me that for that to happen, we need to have a commitment in defense of the rights of the citizen, coming from higher up.
Oh, yes. I mean,
right?
I think this is something that all of us, from the organizations and the individuals that you've mentioned, would agree 100% with you. Unless the leaders really lead in something like this.
Yes.
Part of the justice reform project looked at, and they actually asked us, commissioned us, to write a paper on promoting a culture of civil liberties.
Yes.
I kind of started the paper by saying are civil liberties and human rights the same thing, and came to the conclusion that they were. But this is exactly what we need. We talk about culture of guns and culture of violence. We need a culture of civil rights, civil liberties, and human rights.
Yes.
Not an easy thing to do, though. But the starting point has to be the will to do it has to come from the leaders.
And one of the problems, not the least of the problems, with the police. I just thought of this. I want to go back to the other thing, but one of the problems with the police is that they are trying desperately to cope with a high crime situation. They haven't got the technology. They haven't got the relationships with people out there so that they can supply them with the information.
Yeah.
There are too many people who do not see themselves as benefited by law and therefore having an obligation in their own self-interest to uphold the law. Right?
Yeah.
There are too many people in that situation. The police cannot solve. Of all the murders committed in Jamaica in a year, the police clear up some little over 30%.
Yes, not even a third.
Right?
No.
And clear up doesn't mean solve. Right? So the majority of murders committed, the murderers are getting away with it.
Yeah.
Right?
And they talk about deterrence.
And the police get desperate and decide that, well, they know that man is committing murders. He's responsible for a number of murders. They can't find the evidence to bring him to court. So they shoot him.
Yeah.
And then you hear that there was a shootout and this, that, the other, and so on.
Yeah.
Right? And that is a large part of the problem.
Yes.
Okay.
We had, I think you asked me to be on because of what came out from our annual general meeting.
Yes.
At the meeting, we had a little entertainment. We had a skit from an actors group in which they put on a little skit of a little court scene. And the prosecutor was, and this is all comedy, but the prosecutor is saying to the judge, look at him, he looks like a criminal. He lives in an area where criminals come from, and therefore he is a criminal.
Yes, has to be. Oh, you mean?
And even in the skit, the judge says, "Well, guess what? I grew up in that area. Do I look like a criminal? Am I a criminal?" And she says, "You have to present evidence. You can't say because he looks like something, and he lives somewhere that he's a criminal."
No,
and
that
we
tells
laughed
you.
at it, but it's not funny.
Yes.
It happens.
And it tells you of the appreciation that the author of that has for the judges and the courts.
Yeah. And for the realization that is, in fact, what is happening.
Well, there is some hope in this country.
Mm-hmm.
If people are seeing that in the court system, there is hope.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that what we need to get back to the business of prevention rather than cure.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I could give you two very hopeful things, right? One is that we've started meeting with the police that are designing a human rights course for the training of police at the academy. And I was frankly impressed with what they had started. And I'm also very encouraged by the fact that they wish to cooperate with us. And that we will very soon, they're talking July, I thought it was a little too soon to do a proper curriculum and everything, but certainly later this year. We should have something that will train police officers. Now, I don't want to get my hopes too far up because I know what happens at Twittenham Park doesn't always happen at Denham Town Police Station.
Yes, indeed.
And the transfer, but we've also been talking about continuous in-service training on human rights issues.
But we need, there's an economic aspect to this, because if people, what we need in this country is for people to feel that there is hope for them.
Yeah.
They can find by legal pathways to the enjoyment of, happiness and so on. And unless we can create that for people, then we're not going to imbue people with a sense that the law is their law, that their happiness, their rights, whatever, depend upon it, and that they, therefore, have an interest, a personal interest, in the upholding of the law.
Yeah.
Right?
That's true. Yeah.
That is where we need to go. Right? To the extent that we can do that, we are going to cut down the level of crime, right? And make the crime situation more manageable for the police. What is going on in Jamaica now, what we're calling crime, the police cannot cope with.
No.
Right? It is impossible for them to cope with it.
I mean, they're not even being able, as the term you use, to react to everything.
Yes.
They can't, they don't, you call them and they say they don't have a vehicle.
Absolutely.
They can't get there.
Or the vehicle has no gas in it.
Right.
Right.
So the resources need to be there as well.
Absolutely.
Definitely.
Right? Yeah. And you need to get the people on the side of law and order.
Yes.
Right? And that will only happen when the people see in law and order the fulfillment of their own interests.
Yes.
Right?
I think you put it quite well.
You cannot make the law the enemy of the people.
No.
And then expect the people to support the law.
No.
And not to break it. Right?
But again, come back to the fact that the leaders have to be saying this.
Absolutely.
It's fine for you to say it on the radio, and a lot of people listen to you.
Well.
But if the particular leaders were repeating your words,
yes,
then
but
it would be a lot more.
I was so... Look here, when I heard Mrs. Portia Simpson Miller being sworn in as Prime Minister at King's House...
Yes.
And that speech that she made...
Yes.
In which she committed herself, her very first commitment to the Jamaican people...
Yes.
Would be to
ensure human rights for all.
For all.
Those aren't her exact words, but that's what I...
That's what
that's a paraphrase of it, yeah.
The sense of what she said. Right?
Yeah.
And what has happened to that?
I don't know. And we wrote maybe a good year after she said that to remind her.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. Along with other groups. We had met with her. And we started the letter. It appeared in the Gleaner with a reminder that these were the words she used.
Yes.
Yeah.
And did you get a response?
No. It wasn't a letter that really needed a full response. It was, like a summing up of the meeting that we had with her.
Yes.
But it would have been good, nevertheless, to have either been invited to another meeting.
Yes.
To continue the discussions. Or, to have had some response, yeah.
But Mrs., you know what part of our problem is? It's a cultural problem,
Yes.
Right? And it goes back to the days of the plantations, right? On the plantation, there were some people who lived in the great houses, who had rights and wealth and opportunity and whatever. There were others who lived in the barracks who were scarcely considered human beings, right? And that is the paradigm that we have riveted into our minds in this country. And anybody, wherever he comes from, the man who comes from down in the ghetto and gets the opportunity to find himself in the great house, right?
Yes.
His thinking absolutely is transformed, right? Hold on just a moment for me.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is 11:45.
Did you know that Jamaica's leading distributor of ball and roller bearings is in fact Bearings and Accessories Limited, located at 83 Harbour Street? They stock the widest range of bearings and other industrial products, such as oil seals, mechanical packing, conveyor belting, V-belts, pulleys, chains and sprockets, and more. Bearings and Accessories Limited has been in business since 1959 and is the sole representative in Jamaica of such choice preferred brand name manufacturers such as SKF, Timken, Torrington, Cooper and Seal Master Bearings, Dupree Conveyor Belting, and Sepco Sealing Products. Bearings and Accessories is now stocking and proud to offer high-quality Timken greases for both auto and industrial type bearings. Visit them at 83 Harbour Street, Kingston, with available parking, or call 922-1950 or 922-5901.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3, Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's Talk Show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much, Mama. I'm sorry to be taking up so much of your time, but, this is a very important matter.
Yes.
And, it seems that we're going to have to change the culture of this country, and how you do it, I'm not really sure. But, but even the people, I mean, I was talking about the people who get to live in the great houses, right?
Yes, right.
But even people on the streets, their minds are, the poor people, the ones who are most susceptible to being victims, right? Even them, when you listen to them talk about, you know, there's have certain police heroes who are known for their, well, you know,
bad record.
Yes, and these are heroes to them, and they think they should be back in frontline duty on this, that, and the other, and this is the salvation that we need, right?
I think people need to stop and think that what they may wish on somebody else could turn around and happen to them. And therefore they have to, you know, I mean, that's the whole basis on which those of us who consider ourselves activists along this line protect the rights of an accused person.
Yes.
Because accused person isn't defined simply by those that are guilty.
Yes.
It could be someone who is innocent.
Absolutely.
And so protecting and making certain that guarantees of their rights and their presumption of innocence are followed.
But that is
protecting ourselves as
that
well.
is the whole purpose of having a court and a judiciary and a judicial and a process, right? What other reason is there for having that?
Yeah, you're right. It's to uphold the rule of law.
Absolutely.
And to make sure that everybody is treated equally and fairly.
Yes.
Yeah. I do have to go in a few minutes. I wonder if I may just tell you about two other matters that we tried to highlight.
Yes. Yes, go right ahead.
AGM as being part of the activities that we did during the year. One, we have set up an office now since October of last year in Montego Bay. And we're really pleased with that. You know, everything doesn't happen in Kingston. You know?
Yes, well, it's not really a laughing matter, but,
no,
you
but
know.
I can understand why.
But if I don't laugh, I might end up in Bellevue.
Yeah. We all have to do that a lot of times. Laugh at it. So this office is manned by a lawyer, and it's on Church Street. I don't remember the address.
Yes.
On the street in Montego Bay, and easy to find. And we're finding that some of the same kind of cases are brought to our attention there. The attorney there is trying to work with the police as far as duty counsel and you know, assist in that way. And the drug treatment court that we assist here in Kingston, we assist in St. James as well. The other thing is that we are starting, possibly in the next 2 weeks, we're nearly at finished stages, of an e-journal that would be a Caribbean journal on Caribbean rights, it's called.
Yes.
And it would deal with not only civil and political rights, that we're talking about police things and accused persons, but it would deal with the other rights, health, the right to health, environmental rights, and try and give an outlet for people to write articles and letters and deal with things. And we think that it's something, it's been welcomed by a number of people in the Caribbean. And
that's
the
very
first
good.
edition will be out, and I will let you know, and the public, of course.
Very good. But let me ask you something before you go. Have you ever wondered why our intelligentsia, and in particular, places like the people in places like the universities, why they are as seemingly, you know, unconcerned with these issues as they are?
I don't know if wondered is the right word. It's of some concern, great concern to me, because of one particular fact, that they are molding the minds of the young people.
Yes.
I work closely with the law school, and the fact that for the past 2 years I haven't been able to get much interest in having a human rights committee at the law school has driven me to the point where I'm trying to organize something that is much more rigid. I would wish it to have been driven by the students. But apparently I'm going to have to take a more active role in presenting things to them, you know. That's frightening. And you know, that should be done at at the university in other respects too.
Yes.
And you have to admit that some is done. There are some professors who are involved in public education about human rights, about other things, and trying to analyze the crime and give us some suggestions and recommendations. That's far too little, I agree.
All right, Mom.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
All the best. Okay, hello? Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Hi, good morning, sir. How
Morning
are
to you.
I got 2 quick points to make.
Yes.
First, I heard you were speaking with Mrs. Anderson this morning. Right?
You were speaking with her?
Pardon me?
What did you say?
Well, I think I heard you speaking with Mrs. Anderson.
Yes, just a moment ago. Yes? Immediately before you came on. Yes?
Yes. Okay. I don't think we have a human rights problem. I think we have a political problem.
You think so?
I think these people that complain every day, I think they need to look into themselves. And look at the kind of leaders we have leading them. And we cry every day about problems. We need to get rid of them out of the system and elect new leaders.
But when we elect new leaders, can we be sure that our new leaders...
Well, we have a political problem. I mean, look into a leadership. You don't hear them taking up for us, only when they need their votes.
Yes, but on the other hand, sir, as I was discussing with Mrs. Anderson, right?
Right.
If you listen to the man on the street talking about these issues, you know, you hear people talking about these people like Mrs. Anderson and, you know, Sobers and Gomes and the rest of them, you know, as what do you call it, criminal rights activists.
Well,
right?
You see,
them defend the right of the criminal, them who police should have shot on the street and nobody carry them go, right?
Well, you see, anytime the police turn on them, they're going to say, if I didn't know.
But precisely.
I just want to take the time to thank these people, these human rights people, that they're doing a good job, and they must not discourage. And based on what people saying about them. You know, it is like, you know, Mr. Perkins, a lot of people don't know the good things you're doing until the day you may decide to retire and come out
not
here.
important.
We wish we have somebody like Mr. Perkins, you know? But I just want to thank you for your good work, too. Let's move to our next quick point before the lunch break, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
I was reading something pertaining to Francis Toller in Montego Bay. First, I must want to say I respect Mr. Toller. I have the highest respect for him. But when he speaks out against the PNP about the tribalism, so he take himself out of representation, and eventually I assume that he's going to retirement. Now we come back and telling these people that he come back to do the job that he didn't get a chance to finish. What job is he talking about? He's thinking about the Falmouth Road, etc. But you cannot fix the one that you have in your own constituency. How the hell on earth you going to fix something that you can't even take care of your own backyard?
Yes.
You know, he speaks so loud and clear about the tribalism. He never tell these people that have been voting for him over the years that thank you to be supporting me. But now he's coming, asking them for their support again. I hope these people wake up and see what's going around. I don't know. It's all up to these people. I see where the other gentleman, Clive Mullins, he published something in the paper which is very interesting. And I think people need to look into it, that he identified some company in Japan that produce solar pump. So they could bring solar pump in Jamaica and pump water to places where there's no water here. I think it's a great idea, and I think the people need to look on this guy seriously. This is like one term in Parliament, and this is not about GLP and PNP. This is all about you. You are the people living to a community. You need fresh ideas. You need people that can stand up and fight for you, not stand up and talk
But
about
you need to be
issues.
prepared to stand up and fight for yourself.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
You know, and select the right leaders.
Yes.
Not look to leaders that turned their back against you in the past, and now he's coming back
Well,
and tell you that he come to finish the job that he didn't get a chance to finish. He talk about the tribalism, and there's no difference. It's not a different administration he's coming to.
all right,
It's the
sir. I have to
same
go.
thing.
It's time for the news, eh? Thank you very much. We'll be back here after the news in about 20 minutes.
Melmac Dental Care specializes in amalgam fillings, composite fillings, root canal therapy, periodontal treatment, dentures, crowns, and bridges. Open every day. Call 929-6704. Melmac Dental Care, 10 to 12 Melmac Avenue. The time by Melmac Dental Care is 12 o'clock. Midday News is brought to you by True Juice, premium quality juices. Be natural.
News, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Chairman of Air Jamaica, OK Melhedo, says the decision by the airline to sell its London route to Virgin Atlantic should not adversely affect its other overseas routes. Mr. Melhedo says the agreement will allow the airline to network with Virgin Atlantic routes via a code share system.
Okay, what this means is that on flights to and from London on the Virgin aircraft, we'll have an Air Jamaica flight number, which will allow us to sell seats on those flights at agreed prices. In addition, we'll develop prorate agreement, which is a proration of fares across different gateways. For example, we will now be able to sell Air Jamaica to New York, connecting with a Virgin to London, allowing you to stay any number of days you want in New York.
In the meantime, Mr. Melhedo says while the airline no longer has access to the Heathrow route, there are provisions in the agreement for access to other areas of the UK market.
We have in our agreement assurance that if at the end of the 5-year agreement for any reason it's discontinued, they will have to provide us with a pair of slots at Gatwick. We would have access back to the UK market, although it would not be Heathrow.
Chairman of Air Jamaica, OK Melhedo, speaking this morning on Independent Talk on Power 106. Yesterday, Cabinet approved the sale of the airline's London route to Virgin Atlantic, effective November. The airline has cited substantial increases in fuel prices, along with the impact of fares due to additional scheduled and charter flights as reasons for cutting the route. The sale is expected to affect 20 jobs in reservations, sales and airport operations at the London office, which will be closed. However, Virgin Atlantic has agreed to provide employment opportunities where possible for the staff. At least 2 persons have been confirmed dead and 6 others admitted to hospital following a traffic collision in Coralville Garden, St. Andrew, about 6:30 this morning. Edmund Campbell was at the scene and filed this report.
According to an eyewitness, the young schoolgirl who died after she was mowed down by the coaster bus had just been assisted by a newspaper vendor to cross from one side of the dual carriageway on Washington Boulevard. The newspaper vendor told the Gleaner Power 106 News that she had just assisted a child who was almost hit by a motor car on the other side of the roadway. However, she said after escaping near death, the child was not as lucky the second time, as she was in the path of the oncoming coaster bus that had just collided with a Honda Civic motor car in the vicinity of Corville Gardens. Head of the Police Traffic Department, Senior Superintendent Elon Powell, told the Gleaner Power 106 News that the driver of the coaster lost control of the vehicle, which killed the girl and trapped a woman who was trying to escape its path.
And the bus was coming straight down Washington Boulevard, anticipated the change of the light from red to green. And so it went straight through the red light, collided with the car, hit the car, got out of control, rammed into the bus stop.
Head of the Police Traffic Department, Senior Superintendent Elon Powell. He says the driver of the Honda motor car was treated at hospital while the driver of the coaster bus fled the scene. Our news team has learned that the 6 injured persons were among a large crowd at the bus stop. The police were unable to give the names of the dead persons as their relatives are yet to be informed. Edmund Campbell for the Gleaner Power 106 News.
You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 5 minutes after 12. Solicitor General Michael Hilton is supporting a recommendation for Justice Zayla McCullough to be appointed the next Chief Justice. Mr. Hilton was tipped to replace Chief Justice Lensley Wolfe upon his retirement next month. However, a week ago, Mr. Hilton said he no longer wished to be made the Chief Justice. In a release yesterday, Mr. Hilton said he made the decision because the opposition was not supporting his candidacy. The opposition has expressed reservation about the appointment of Justice McCullough as the Chief Justice, citing that a more experienced judge should be promoted to that post. However, Mr. Hilton is supporting Justice McCullough. He made his comments this morning at a private sector organization of Jamaica function in St. Andrew. Meanwhile, the Jamaican Bar Association says it wants to be involved in the process of selecting the new Chief Justice. Under the Constitution, the Prime Minister is responsible for selecting the Chief Justice in consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. However, President of the Jamaican Bar Association, John Leiber, says the preliminary report of the Jamaican Justice System Reform Task Force notes that there should be more transparency in making appointments within the judiciary. Additionally, Mr. Leiber says given the importance of a Chief Justice, the association and other relevant stakeholders should be consulted for their opinion on any candidate for a replacement. The current Chief Justice, Lensley Wolfe, will retire on June 18, a day before he turns 70. The Mandeville Police in Manchester have begun an inquiry into the shooting death of 2 men by a security guard in Mandeville last night. One of the dead men is 27-year-old Brian Sharp of Bodles Crescent in Old Harbour, St. Catherine. The Constabulary Communication Network reports that just before 9 o'clock last night, the security guard and his wife boarded a Toyota Corolla motor car on Main Street in Mandeville. The driver and 2 other men were already in the vehicle. On reaching Brumalia Road, the men, who were allegedly armed with knives and a gun, attempted to rob the couple. The security guard then opened fire, hitting the 2. The police were summoned and the men taken to the Mandeville Hospital, where they were pronounced dead. 2 men were arrested by the Halfway Tree Police this morning in connection with a gun and ammunition find. The police say members of the Island Special Constabulary Traffic Team found 41 rounds of ammunition and a firearm inside a motor car in which the men were travelling. The police report that about 8:30, the driver of the motor car was signalled to stop after he turned left from Eastwood Park Road onto Derrymore Road. It's further reported that the police searched the vehicle and found 25 rounds of 12-gauge shotgun cartridges, 10 AK-47 rounds, and a firearm containing 6 rounds of ammunition. The police say the men are to be charged later today with illegal possession of a firearm and ammunition. A flash flood watch remains in effect until 5 o'clock this afternoon for low-lying and flood-prone areas of central and eastern parishes. The National Meteorological Service says a trough in the vicinity of Jamaica has continued to influence the weather conditions across the country and its southern coastal waters. Showers and isolated thunderstorms are expected to continue to affect some central and eastern parishes throughout today, especially during the afternoon. The trough is forecast to remain near the island for the next 36 to 48 hours, resulting in cloudy conditions with periods of showers and thunderstorms. The Met Office says it expects an improvement in weather conditions after Thursday. News in the region now. A high court in Trinidad and Tobago has ruled in favor of Attorney General John Jeremy in a lawsuit brought against opposition leader Kamla Persad-Bissessar in 2005. The lawsuit came about after the opposition leader said she had information linking Mr. Jeremy to the preparation of an affidavit for the main witness against two former government ministers. The ministers are now facing corruption charges. Judgment had been entered in favor of Mr. Jeremy in October 2006 as Mrs. Persad-Bissessar failed to submit a defense. 2 weeks later, she made an application to set aside the judgment, and the matter was then heard in the High Court. But yesterday, Justice Maureen Rajnoli dismissed the application and ordered the opposition leader to pay legal costs incurred by Jeremy in defending the application. Further afield now, 5 Britons are reported to have been kidnapped from Iraq's finance ministry in Baghdad. They include 4 bodyguards and a finance expert who is said to be German. BBC reports say the kidnappers wore police uniforms and arrived in up to 40 police vehicles. The Foreign Office is expected to hold an emergency meeting on the situation and is assembling a crisis team. Meanwhile, a bus explosion in Baghdad has reportedly left at least 22 people dead and about 55 injured, while a car bomb killed 15 people and injured 36. Finally, Venezuela's government has accused a TV station of inciting an assassination attempt on President Hugo Chavez hours after he took another network off the air. It said footage shown on Global Vision implicitly called for Mr. Chavez to be killed. However, the station has denied the claim. Police fired tear gas and plastic bullets as thousands protested across the country against the earlier closure of Venezuela's oldest TV network. Mr. Chavez claimed that Radio Caracas TV had tried to undermine his government. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Midday Sports Report is next.
Powerful and credible. Power 106 FM Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Overseas-based Jamaican sprinter Veronica Campbell is among 4 reigning Olympic champions signed up for the Lausanne IAAF World Athletics Tour on Tuesday, July 10 in Switzerland. Meet director Jackie Delapierre confirms that China's Lu Zhang, America's Jeremy Warner, and Sweden's Stefan Holm will also participate in the meet. Campbell will come up against the 2 women who sandwiched her in second place at the 2005 World Championships. They are American Lauren Williams, who won the gold, and Frances Christine Aron. The world's fastest man, Asafa Powell, will make his 2007 European debut in Belgrade in a few minutes at the Artur Takak Memorial Meet. Sidelined by tendinitis of the knee in April, Powell was forced to postpone appearances at the Mount Sac and Penn Relays in April. He was also unable to participate in the Jamaican International Meet in Kingston earlier this month. Last season's top sprinter, Jamaica's Sharon Simpson, will also be in action. Simpson will contest the women's 100 meters. In football, South American team Chile is scheduled to arrive on Monday, a day ahead of their friendly international against Jamaica at the National Stadium. The Football Federation in Chile has named a squad of 19 players for the tour. Chile is currently ranked 43rd in the world and has qualified for 7 World Cup finals. As hosts, they finished third to eventual winners Brazil in 1962. Jamaica ranked 69th in the world and will field a team including 3 overseas-based players. Stoke City's Ricardo Fuller, Sheffield United's Luton Shelton, and Bolton Wanderers' Ricardo Gardner are the overseas-based players summoned for the game. Still on football, Mexico's Pan American Games squad edged St. Vincent and the Grenadines 8-7 on penalties in their Digicel Shield football match at the Hazley Crawford Stadium in Trinidad and Tobago last night. The teams had played to a goalless draw after full and extra time. In Wednesday night's final, Mexico will play Trinidad and Tobago, who defeated Haiti 1-0 in the night's other game. Cricket now, former West Indies Test opening batsman and past chairman of the regional selection panel, Joey Carew, believes there is need for a specialist spinner on the West Indies team. Carew was speaking after the West Indies team suffered their heaviest defeat in Test cricket. England won the rain-affected second Test by an innings and 237 runs at Headingley. Carew says the West Indies team is unbalanced without a specialist spinner who would add the variety to the side. The 69-year-old Carew knocked the batsmen for their lack of technical efficiency in their batting. Still on cricket, Jamaican all-rounder Gareth Breeze and Barbadian Otis Gibson made significant contributions for Durham as they beat Scotland by 5 wickets in their English friends Provident Trophy Limited Overs game yesterday. Electing to bat, Scotland compiled 205 in 47.4 overs, and Durham sped to victory at 208 for 5 in 44 overs at Durham's Riverside ground. Pacer Gibson took 3 wickets to help stifle Scotland's batting, and Breeze lashed 44 in the home side's successful run chase. News on netball now. The semi-finals of the Berger Paints Super League will be played this afternoon at the Leela Robinson Courts. Defending champion Jamalco will face Open League champion Tivoli A in the first game at 5:45. And at 6:45, Windalco will challenge many-time champion Walgrovians A. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Stay tuned now for a word on the weather.
Midday News was brought to you by True Juice. Premium quality juices. Be natural.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carvy's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carvy's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
Time now for your midday weather report on Power 106. The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a surface to upper level trough across the central Caribbean. On the local weather scene, this afternoon expect cloudy conditions with periods of showers and thunderstorms across most parishes. Tonight is expected to be partly cloudy with scattered showers and thunderstorms over most areas. Tomorrow expect mostly cloudy conditions with scattered showers and thunderstorms. And Thursday and Friday are also expected to be partly cloudy with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carvy's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carvy's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a recap of the main stories. At least 2 people confirmed dead and 6 others admitted to hospital following a traffic collision in Coreyville Gardens, St. Andrew, about 6:30 this morning. Air Jamaica chairman says the decision by the airline to sell its London route to Virgin Atlantic should not adversely affect its other overseas routes. Solicitor General Michael Hilton supports a recommendation for Justice Zayla McCullough to be appointed the next Chief Justice. From the Region High Court in Trinidad and Tobago rules in favour of Attorney General John Jeremy in a lawsuit brought against opposition leader Kamala Persad Bisesa in 2005. And on the international scene, Venezuela's government has accused a TV station of inciting an assassination attempt on President Hugo Chavez hours after he took another network off the air. And that's midday news, sports, and weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
What a price! Now you can get a brand new 2007 Mitsubishi Lancer from Motor Sales at the unbelievable price of $1.65 million while stocks last, with CVT transmission, dual airbags, ABS brakes, and 1.6-liter engine, plus many other features. There'll never be a deal like this again. The 2007 Lancer at Motor Sales. Everybody loves the Lancer. Drive yours home today.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3. Even the cars for you?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. No, I haven't got a copy of the Constitution with me. But having heard an item of news, I'm wondering, I can't remember the Solicitor General having a role in the appointment of a Chief Justice? The news said that Mr. Michael Hilton is supporting the appointment of Mrs. Zelia McCalla to be Chief Justice. I didn't know that the Solicitor General had a role in this. My understanding is that that the Chief Justice is appointed by the Governor General on the recommendation of the Prime Minister after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. Now, it's all very well for Tom Jones to say, yes, I think the appointment of Mrs. McCullough or Mr. whomever is the right appointment. It's another thing for the Solicitor General to come out and make a public statement signifying his support for Mrs. Let me ask you something. Suppose the Prime Minister had recommended to the Governor General the appointment of some other person to be Chief Justice, of whom the Solicitor General did not approve, then would we hear him coming out and making a statement to the effect that he disapproves that appointment? What the devil is going on in this country? Anyway, hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon, comrade.
Yes. Just a matter of what I consider grave importance to our country's foreign policy.
Yes.
I see Mr. Hugo Chavez, that dictator in Venezuela, is showing Hitler tendencies. You know what I mean?
You mean?
He has closed down one TV station, and on the BBC website, he's threatening to close down another.
Oh, is that so?
Listen to this. Communications Minister William Lara said Global Vision had called for the death of Mr. Chavez by hearing footage of the 1981 assassination attempt against Pope John Paul II with the song "This Does Not Stop Here," sung by Reuben Blades, now Panama's tourism minister. Quote, "The conclusion of the specialists is that in this segment they are inciting the assassination of the president of Venezuela," Mr. Lara said, as he filed a lawsuit against the news networks at the state prosecutor's office. Mr. Perkins, this is a dangerous trend for Venezuela. It's their business.
Well, I don't know. Hold on a little bit. If the government holds that this particular company, the last one you mentioned,
yes,
did something illegal,
yeah,
then there is nothing wrong in it taking the matter to the courts.
Yeah, but look
and the question then arises: why did it not take the previous company, the company that was closed down? Why did it not take that? I heard it being suggested that company had supported a coup attempt against Mr. Chavez.
Yeah.
Now, if that is so, and that is illegal, why not take him to the court?
The company appealed to the Supreme Court, who agreed with Mr. Chavez's action. After he had got rid of the justices that were on the previous court and installed justices who... You understand what I mean?
Yes, yes.
But this reason seemed to be very specious to me.
Yes.
You know what I mean? a section of a program, you know, where they show John Paul, the assassination attempt on John Paul II. And because a man sang, "This does not stop here," he says that it's a threat to assassinate Mr. Chavez.
Show me your friends and I'll tell you who you are.
I tell you, and you know, I would warn my government that the seeming warm embrace of Mr. Chavez might be the beer hug of a dictator clawing at and ripping out the entrails of our democratic ideals. You know, Mr. Perkins, I see where Mr. Bruce Golding informed us that the valuation of the Petrojam is $300 million US.
Yes.
And we sold 49% to this man, Mr. Chavez, right?
Well, to a company in Venezuela.
Company there, a state monopoly, right? For $64 million.
Yes.
Now, when I check, 49% of $300 million is $147 million.
Yes, I should think so.
So when you take $64 million from that, when the balance is $83 million there?
Well, I don't know. Maybe it went to Traffic Europe.
That is Jamaica, $5 billion. We can't be playing around with the assets of this country.
You don't think it might have gone to Traffic Europe?
Quite possibly. Or will it be spent in the election campaign?
Well, I don't know. When money goes to Traffic Europe, it evidently goes to other places too.
I see what you mean. But I would like Mr. Clive Mullins, who seems to be a very energetic and bright fellow, to bring up this in the Parliament. If it is a fact that it is valued at $300 million US, and they sell 49% for it for $64 million. 49% of $300 million is $147 million US. Where's the balance of the $83 million? We can't be giving out. Look what happened to man.
Hold on a moment for me.
My mother said, he will pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too much.
The time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:31.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even the cars for it?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Blah, 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 blah.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
When it comes to top quality, when you want great taste, find food for your family, with Eve on your plate. Get value for your money, top quality, great taste. Find food for your family, with Eve on your plate.
Eve Foods, lots of nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Find food for your family, with Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on that.
I see our journalists and media association protesting against the withdrawal of advertisement for a certain paper in Guyana.
Yes.
But I don't hear them protesting about what is happening in Venezuela.
Well,
is it because we're the mendicants of the Caribbean and we're looking for little handouts while we're so quiet about that?
I don't know, sir.
Eh? Mr. Perkins, what is happening to our country?
I don't know.
Why are we hugging up people like
maybe
this?
we are seeking to harm ourselves with, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know what with.
But, Mr. Perkins, I would like Mr. Paulwell and the Prime Minister to explain how could a company valued for $300 million and you sell 49% ahead for $64 million.
Yes.
The math does that add up, Mr. Perkins?
No.
And it's the country's assets.
That would make a significant contribution to the
Free education.
to the education of our young people.
Of course.
Uh-huh.
You know, Mr. Perkins.
As would the I see that here Jamaica
Mr.
is
Perkins.
saying that they lost $2.5 million US dollars a year on the London route.
Yeah. And you know, Mr. Perkins, we should call upon the Minister of Education and all the government ministers, Wilmot, Davis, and P.J. Pattison, to account for the stewardship.
Yes.
All the dear
But hold on.
now.
Here is a good one.
Yes.
Mr. Audley Shaw is being criticized.
I heard it.
Yes, he
I heard it. I mean,
he refuses to pay, what is it, $500,000 to accommodate the Cuban people who are going around screwing in bulbs.
Yeah.
Right?
So how does we get the bulb free?
No, in 60 constituencies all over Jamaica.
Yeah.
Right? That is $30 million.
Yeah.
Royal then.
Must we need an investigation?
We can find $30 million.
Right.
To
Screwing
but we can't give our people free medical treatment.
No.
You know. And I hear that that the place down there in Trelawney has become
co-pasture.
Co-pasture.
This must be the most expensive co-pasture in the world.
Well, it's a co-pasture, but I'm not sure that we're getting any cows.
What we might read there is silverback pigs.
No milk is coming out of there.
No. Silverback pigs might be taking up residence there. But you know, Mr. Perkins, when you look at Mirand, we give Mirand for nothing, right? And we put it, we can just check the big, huge profit that they're making from the sale. We must know that Mirand was sued by the state of California for overcharging them.
Yes.
And them run come Jamaica and charge the poor little black people in Jamaica some astronomical light bills that they make billions
but
of
we've
dollars
been hearing
a year.
talk about due diligence, sir. Why did the government of Jamaica, you remember that they put the thing out to tender, and there was a Texan company
that
came in ahead in the tender.
Yes.
And then they abandoned that and went to Mirand after it had been published that Miranda had this problem in California.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And so what? Is the government anxious to get a company that had some kind of flawed reputation?
A track record.
Eh?
And a record of overcharging, dishonesty.
Well, I wonder why.
Why, Mr. Perkins? And what was Good Works International? Were they instrumental in negotiating this deal?
It is said, you know, sir, that birds of a feather. What is it they do again? I can't remember.
But we must investigate this, and I'm calling on Mr. Desmond Richards and Mr. Oliver Clark of the Media Association to stand up for the freedom of expression in Venezuela.
Well, in fairness, you know, sir.
Yeah.
I think we could call on Mr. Desmond Richards. He had a good story in the Observer on Sunday, an interesting story.
I compliment him on that. It's a fellow I rather like, you know. I rather like him, Mr. Desmond.
But the thing is this, that that letter, that document from which he printed that, was a document written, addressed to the Gleaner.
Yes.
Right?
And I didn't publish it.
Well, so far as I've been able to see, the Gleaner hasn't published it.
can they blame it on the postal service lately?
Well, I don't know. I don't know.
A second thing, Mr. Perkins, coming to St. Mary here, where we have in power cuts and heavy rains.
Yes.
As I speak to you, I have my home sweet home lamp beside
Yes.
me. I mean, the cases of carnal abuse in St. Mary is getting out of hand.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Yesterday I passed down the courthouse and when I have these cases, Mr. Perkins, it was pitiable and alarming to see the amount of young school children down there.
Oh, yes?
Yes, and I spoke to an officer, the man in charge, right, of the investigating these cases, and he said, Mr. Warman, I don't imagine I don't have a vehicle. It does not have a car. I have to be taking taxi. And if I get a call in the night, I can't get a taxi that time, you know? I think it's very short-sighted. And I'm appealing, since the government said I don't have anybody, but people are appealing to some big commercial organizations. If they could donate a vehicle, even a second-hand one, for the carnal abuse officer. We call them must stamp out this thing, Mutty. It is really getting too bad. And the last thing, Mutty, the clinic in Port Maria, the government clinic, a nurse reported to me that it is infested with fleas. I don't know if they don't have any money to fumigate the place.
Infested with fleas?
Fleas. F-L-E-A-S, dog fleas or something I thought. And the nurse said it's killing them down there. So I'm appealing to the minister. Well, I think
infested with fleas.
But even but then again, if you have cockroaches and things at KPS.
Well, cockroaches and flies. And this one now comes up with fleas.
Fleas.
And I wonder where the bed bugs are going to be found.
Well, it is sad. It is so sad.
Boy,
and education, but keep up. Let us keep up the thing on education. But it is a vision of Jamaica. And,
did you hear that letter that we read yesterday?
From Barbados.
It was in the Gleaner.
Exactly.
And it's a Jamaican woman, you know. She's a Jamaican woman.
Yes.
Yes.
And what is the per capita income of Barbados?
It's greater than ours.
It's over $10,000 I believe.
$10,000
$14,000 a year. I don't know, but I saw yesterday is $3,000.
And even that, I think, is inflated.
Yeah, and the great Prime Minister was telling us, was it 1995, that we have a plan for the year 2010.
Well, no. He didn't tell us he had a plan.
Yes.
He published the plan.
Yeah.
They published the plan.
Yeah.
Which was called the new international, the new industrial development policy. What was it? New industrial
plan.
Yes, something like that. And the economy was going on the rate to grow at 6% per annum average. And by 2010, we would have had the per capita income that Barbados had in 1995.
My God.
Right?
That is his vision for Jamaica.
That was his vision for Jamaica.
Jesus.
Now, the economy, though, has resisted. Right?
But, honestly, though, do they have any capacity for shame?
For what?
The ministers of government.
Yes.
Do they have any capacity for shame? They're talking about the education. Henry Wilson, you don't feel ashamed that 80% of the students coming out of school don't have one pass. And I believe are illiterate.
Yes.
Functionally illiterate.
Yes.
See? And even if you look at applications for jobs in Zimbabwe, you see some English. My God.
Oh, God, yes.
They have a brief acquaintance with the English language, you know. And I understand the same thing happens at the university. They have to have an English exam for students going.
But look here, sir.
What is happening?
Why? Who is studying the issue of why it is that these things happen?
Huh? I don't know.
Are we not concerned about it?
But, Mutty, if you continue to underpay your teachers, to underpay your nurses, underpay your policemen, you know what's end up in a country like Jamaica in 2007?
Yes.
Hey, Mutty?
Absolutely.
If you can't find the money to pay these people, the teachers, the nurses, the police, then we end up with crime, illiterate people, everything, you know.
Yes.
That is the result of this policy.
Well, you know, so they say that I repeat myself.
What's that, sir?
I say it is said that I repeat myself.
Oh.
I have no hesitation in so doing.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard me tell the story of that teacher?
Yeah.
That teacher that I gave a lift one day in St. Mary.
Boy, I told her about...
She stand up at the bus stop.
Yeah.
A big lift, right? Her students that she was teaching in school tell her that the thing them that she have up on blackboard, them not interested in that. Because them want drive, them don't want stand up on roadside a big lift.
Exactly.
Them want drive bimmer. Right?
Yes.
Okay?
You know, Mutty, by their deeds you shall know them.
Yes.
They tell us about billion-dollar investment at Harbour, the codes.
Yes.
Will provide 15,000 jobs. What kind of jobs? Names to go wipe up white people?
Yes.
Eh? Ghana boy? What are young people going around that, Mutty? Eh? What an insult. I'm boasting about this. They bring in all the rich people come so they get jobs, go cook for them and bathe them picnic. Eh? And cut them land.
All right. I'll tell you what, sir, I have to run.
Okay, but
Thank you very much. All the best to you.
Attention NHD contributors in St. Catherine. Your NHD St. Catherine branch is now at its new offices, Twickenham, near the Hussey Marty School. Remember, your NHD office is now at a new location, Twickenham, St. Catherine. The phone numbers remain the same. The time by the National Housing Trust is 12:45.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online, and we have with us the man who refuses to put up $500,000 to accommodate the people who are going around screwing in bulbs in his constituency. Hello?
Hi there, is that Brother P?
Yes. What does stingy mean?
How are you, Miles Mutty?
How are you so mean, Mr. Shaw?
Eh?
How are you so mean?
No, man, you can't believe everything you hear.
A matter of a little $500,000 to accommodate the people who are doing this country the great benefit of going around screwing in bulbs?
I tell you. Well, you know, Mutty, it is, if I didn't sort of, find a way to, you have a way they call it, turn your hand and make fashion, then we couldn't accommodate them at all. Yeah. But the fact is that, first of all, the allegation that I have been dragging my feet on this Cuban light bulb program is absolutely false, okay? Because what happens is that the ministry has a schedule of which constituencies are dealt with.
Yes.
And it is now happening in my constituency in accordance with that schedule.
Oh.
A simple call to the ministry will confirm that.
So you've really put up $500,000?
No, sir. No, I have not, because and in fact, to tell you the truth, I don't even know where that young man that got that figure from.
Oh.
But if we were to carry it out on a basis where you have to pay our people, the local people that have to go around with them, a rather fulsome salary,
yes,
so to speak, to become guides, full-time guides to the people who are installing the bulbs, then it is possible that, in fact, you could reach those levels.
$500,000.
You probably could, yes. Because
And
it takes about 3 weeks.
In the 60 constituencies all over the island.
Yes, it takes...
That would be about $30 million.
That would be about $30 million.
And I hear them asking, where would we get the money from to spend to promote free education?
There you go. And remember that $500,000. Everybody knows that I'm not a wealthy man to go find $500,000 out of my pocket.
Yes.
To do that. So obviously then you would have to target funds through the SCSP program.
True.
Or something like that to fund it, because it would have to form part of government expenditure. But the issue remains, why did we have to go this route? When, for instance, it seems to me that it would have been so much simpler to say to the JPS, here are the bulbs.
Yes.
When the people come in to pay their light bill, tell them to bring the old bulbs. Since you want to account for the old bulbs, bring the old bulbs, pay your light bill, when you're doing your regular thing, and we give you your new fluorescent cost-saving bulbs.
No,
to go
Mr. Shaw, you don't understand. Those people are incapable of screwing in bulbs. You need to bring people from Cuba to screw in the bulbs. You don't understand that?
Well, Mutty, it seems to have been a creative way to expend funds under the Petrocaribe program.
Yes.
Because the Petrocaribe money apparently is purchasing the bulbs from Cuba.
Yes.
This is not a gift from the government of Cuba. It's being purchased by Petrocaribe money. So if it is a gift or a loan, it is from the government of Venezuela to Jamaica.
Yes.
But Cuban bulbs are being acquired with the money, and apparently the Petrocaribe money is also partly funding the actual daily living of the Cubans.
Yes.
Because they acquire their own food. We assist them. I have staff that is assisting them with cooking, and we found accommodations for them in the area, but they're also paying their own rent. But it's not them paying it out of their pocket. It's Petrocaribe money that's doing it, I'm quite sure.
Oh, I see.
But what is not being paid for now is the local persons who have to, the sort of guides that go around with them, show them the districts and the various houses and this and that. I don't know who dreamt up this idea, I must tell you. It's one of the most fool ideas that I ever come across.
But Mr. Shaw, let me ask you a question.
But just so that my constituents are not confused by that young man who is just going around the place and making a lot of public mischief of himself, is that he apparently was aware that the program was going to start yesterday. So he decided apparently at one of his meetings in Christiana, at a meeting, he decided to seek to preempt the program by saying that I was dragging my feet. Now, he obviously knew that the Cubans had now come in, had taken up residence, and they would start the work yesterday, which they did. So they were in the Silent Hill and Tiki and Coleyville area yesterday, and today, and then they're going on to Craighead, and over the next 3 weeks, they'll be going to every area in the constituency to carry out this work.
Have you seen
But you know, Mutty, you know what I think? The action of my opponent in this is yet another example that an initiative like this should not even have politicians involved in it, right? Because something like this should not be politicized.
Yes.
Right? if we have a program where we are going to change out light bulbs in Jamaica, then put up some sort of system that doesn't have to have politicians going around, as we have heard about in other constituencies. We heard Mr. Vander Palmer was doing it. We heard that Mr. Kern Spencer was doing it down in Northeast St. Elizabeth, where they were sending out their brochures along with the people who were unscrewing bulbs, unscrewing in bulbs. And that sort of behavior, I think, is just totally unfortunate and totally unnecessary.
What is the point of having people to go screwing in the bulbs?
I don't know, Mutty, and we have not gotten any proper answer from the youthfully exuberant minister who is responsible for this thing, Mr. Philip Paulwell. He has been totally silent on it. And to this day, the country does not have the real and true rationale why we have to go this route.
Let me ask you something. Have you seen any of these bulbs?
No, I haven't seen any. So,
As you understand
I suppose maybe one day they'll come around to me.
Are they just ordinary fluorescent bulbs?
But it must be.
Because you can buy those in any shop that sells.
Yes, there would be fluorescent bulbs, basically. Whether they have a different shape or something, we already know that it will be the same universal socket system that is being used. So, it's your basic fluorescent bulb. Yes, that's what it is.
Oh boy.
Then the other issue, incidentally, which I'm
500,000 would have bought a lot of those bulbs.
Precisely. Right? And can you, if it is that 60 constituencies will require $500,000 minimum
each,
you know what $30 million can do in an average. In an average constituency in terms of even fixing a couple really bad roads, right? Helping with the basic schools, helping to, how many toilets, water closet systems could be installed in basic schools so that our children are not threatened with falling into a pit latrine.
Yes.
You know how many water closets could be installed with $30 million in our school system?
Yes.
I mean, this government has perfected the art of how to waste money. That's what they have done. The other thing that I am told that was on the news report now is that I am being accused of not spending money among farmers with a little pittance that Roger Clark sends to members of parliament. I have publicly stated that the idea that an MP should use a few $100,000 to select a couple hundred farmers to give specialized treatment with a bag of fertilizer or some seeds or something is reprehensible. In Northeast Manchester, Mutty, I have about 6,000 farmers up there.
Yes.
When you give me a few $100,000 to go and select a couple hundred people to give a bag of fertilizer, do you understand how you're setting me up against the other 5,000 odd farmers?
Yes.
And so what I have publicly stated are two things. Number one, if some money comes to me, there are from time to time needy cases that come my way, and I give them some assistance. Rather has the record to show that. But beyond that, I take the money and I publicly announce I am targeting this farm road to open it up. I'm targeting that farm road to open it up. Recently, I got the assistance of the Development Bank of Jamaica with a roller, with a grader, and a front-end loader. And we used money from that program to purchase marl and to pay labor and to open up farm roads in Halifax and Devon DeLong Coffee. And I believe that you use that money, you're assisting all the farmers in a community to be able to have access to their fields and out of their fields. Rather than now you go into to have this little old system where you hide around a corner and you're giving one farmer a little something and the other 50 farmers in the area can't get anything. It is a bad practice, and what I think...
And one that leads to corruption, I'm sure.
And leads to corruption, Mutty. And I've said to the government in Parliament, all right, look at the present situation with fertilizer. the price of fertilizer over the past 4 months has increased by more than 50%. Now, if you want to assist the farmers whose backs are against the wall already, right?
Subsidized fertilizer.
Then take that money that you're using to try to assist a couple of your friends around the corner and use it to cut the price of the fertilizer.
Absolutely.
And let every farmer get access to a lower price fertilizer.
Yes.
That is what you do.
Well, I don't know. So how is your what you call it, on the roof farming going?
The greenhouse technology.
Yes.
Mutty, that is going fantastically. And we also have, that's the kind of thing we should be talking about, because that is really the future of agriculture, where we can significantly increase the productivity of our farmers. And I'll tell you, we have tissue culture going to at the Christiana Potato Growers Cooperative. And you will be excited to know that in an experiment that we recently concluded, we providing clean, disease-free planting materials for sweet potatoes. We have been able to increase the output in experimental plots from 6,000 pounds yield per acre to as high as 18,000 pounds yield per acre by using clean,
from 6,000 to 18,000
planting materials from tissue culture technology.
Yes. Hold on just a moment.
Yes.
Retailers, Advanced Business Solutions is the solution to all your business needs, including point of sales, store fixtures, and display products. Call 906-9965. The time by Advanced Business Solutions is 1 o'clock.
Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3. Even to call for it?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
All right, we're looking to buy a car or a SUV.
Car, definitely a car.
Automatic or stick?
Definitely automatic.
New or used?
Oh, that doesn't matter. As long as we get the loan from RBTT, we can't go wrong. With an RBTT motor vehicle loan, we can get up to 100% financing on new vehicles and up to 90% financing on used. And you don't have to pay your fees up front.
New or used, you can't go wrong with a motor vehicle loan from RBTT. Visit or call us today.
RBTT Bank, your way.
Details in the press. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you.
So you see, Mutty, we have to be talking about how we can stimulate and encourage farmers to be able to use appropriate and modern technology.
Yes.
To enhance their ability to make a decent...
The levels of productivity.
Levels of living. We shouldn't be talking about how we can... Well, may I give you one little bag of fertilizer, a member to vote for me when election come.
Yes.
We have to be looking, and this is why I brought down the head of the Development Bank of Jamaica the other day, Milverton Reynolds, and also Dr. Carlton Davis, who wears another hat, Mutty. He's the chairman of the Jamaica Bauxite Institute.
Yes.
Who are supposed to be spending some of the bauxite money, which at this moment is quite pitiful in its inadequacy, to assist people in mined-out communities.
Yes.
And what we've said to them, we brought them, we showed them their experimental plot, and we said, we should be looking now at taking these technologies into these mined-out communities, places that they can't even raise a head of goat or cattle anymore. Harmons in South Manchester is a very good example. You see the mining starting in Williamsfield. It's coming up, it's in Mile Gully right now above Skull Point.
Yes.
And it's heading for North Manchester. It's going to come into areas like Devon and Tiverton areas and stuff like that, where the farmers have depended on the land, and they are going to come and rip out the land. And greenhouse technology, which is intensive agriculture on small plots of land, with the yields over 9 months to 12 months instead of 4 to 6 weeks. That significantly multiplies the output on small acreages, has got to be part of the solution.
Absolutely.
Because the hotels are being built. Tourists are coming. But at the moment, the jumbo jets are not only carrying in the tourists, they are flying in the produce underneath the plane too.
Yes.
And it is foolish.
Yes.
So what we have to do is to produce that produce and send it and sell it to the tourists, as well as the supermarkets in Kingston and elsewhere. That is the kind of vision that we have to bring, and this is where I said to the Development Bank of Jamaica, for God's sake, you can't spend all your money borrowing money to build super highways. You've got to spend some of the money to improve the livelihood of our small farmers across Jamaica.
Developing the economy, sir.
Develop the economy. And then, I was in Kellits the other evening, and a lady said to me, yes, sir, but what about markets? And I told her about the hotels, told her about other things, but I said to her, don't forget now, agro-industry, right? I have a plan to set up a small business agro-processing center up at Coleyville, up at camp, where we already have something like about at least 60,000 to 100,000 square feet of cold storage facilities there that were set up by the Dutch from the 1960s. So we have part of the infrastructure already up there. And I said, in the next stage, once you get into your production and increase output, is to put in place agro-industrial enterprise that can develop goods in all its varieties. You go abroad, Mutty. I was abroad the other day, and I just walk into a supermarket, just as an example, simple things. And you see sun-dried pineapple, sun-dried papaya.
Yes.
Sun-dried, all these things. And you have it you buy it, you put it at home as a nice little snack. Now, why are they able to sun-dry it over there and sell it over there? We are producing it here. We watch it waste. We can't sun-dry it here and sell it here in Jamaica.
Absolutely.
Or even provide it for the export market.
Yes.
Produce things, put it in cans, can it, sell it abroad. Costa Rica, other places in the region, Dominican Republic, even in Canada. Jamaica's name is so good that they produce hot peppers over there. Guess what them do? They put Jamaica-style hot peppers. They make ginger beer drinks in Canada. They call it Jamaica-style ginger beer. And Jamaica choice this and Jamaica choice that. And we are all in here in Jamaica with 500,000 of our people not working. And we're talking about a couple $100,000 of giveaway to help give a farmer something. So we can alleviate poverty. Mutty, the term alleviating poverty, you see, it just irritates me.
Yes.
We need to talk about creating wealth in Jamaica.
About people emerging from poverty.
That's right. We need to talk about how we can assist people, give them the means by which they can create their own space of wealth.
Yes, sir. They can
and stop talking rubbish about we love poor people and therefore we want to alleviate them, alleviate their poverty.
So as to make poverty more tolerable.
Foolishness. We've got to change our thinking. The radical thinking has got to be, how can we be a rich little country with everybody going around living in good condition, being able to buy their own little piece of land and build their own house and be proud and have their family and have their salaries or earn it from their own sweat of their own brows and be risk takers, and we can develop this little paradise of ours.
Yes.
This is what it's all about, Mutty, but you know, I'm at Parliament, which is another matter up here.
Oh, you mean the public
just come out of
committee.
this Sanders White House thing.
Oh, Lord.
And we're wrapping it up now because it is very clear to me that the government members are trying to get a sugar-coated, watered-down report. And the opposition has decided that we are going to table a minority report. Because, Mutty, can you imagine? It's unprecedented in Jamaica that the Public Accounts Committee has sat for the entire session from September of last year until now is almost June, right? And we are being expected to be a part of signing off on a report that to this moment has not sought to get the truth behind the U.S. $43 million, over $3 billion, or almost $3 billion overrun on one single project.
Again, how do we...
An overrun, Mutty, an overrun, by the way, that could send our children tuition free to high schools, cut out cost sharing for 6 years.
Yes.
And they want us to be part of a report that does not seek to pin down the blame, does not seem to determine whether fraud was involved. This is why I'm saying that there must be a forensic financial audit to determine if fraud was involved, because by their own admission, there was negligence, there was a breakdown in the controls, there was a breakdown in the checks and balances and in the approvals process. And Mutty, where there are breakdowns in controls and the approvals process, there is a clear and present danger of fraud and corruption to be involved. And they want us to say, hear this now, KD Knight wants us to say there was no determination of personal gain or corruption to be found.
How would you know that?
How would he know that? Unless you have a forensic financial audit, you could never arrive at such a conclusion.
But you still have to arrive at a conclusion as to why $43 million were spent.
Yes.
Over budget.
And remember, and they don't like when I mention Gorstew name, but Gorstew was one of the partners.
Yes.
And what is significant about Gorstew? They are building hotels of their own, not only in Jamaica, but in Turks and Caicos and Nassau, Bahamas, and all over the place. So they have considerable track record in building hotels.
Yes. But not only that.
And what did they say?
Gorstew cannot be blamed for the expenditure of public funds.
No.
How can Gorstew come into that?
That's right.
They had no control over that.
Precisely, but I said today, listen, the people who controlled the purse strings and issued the promissory notes and drew the checks were the Urban Development Corporation.
Absolutely.
And the man who issued the day-to-day instructions, the man from Astram said it to Jamaica. He said, I received the approval of everything I did was approved by Nevalco, Mr. Alston Stewart, or his agent. Right? And what Gorstew has said is that if this was a template of the cost of building a hotel, then building hotels in Jamaica would become a totally impossible and unprofitable experience.
Yes.
It couldn't be done.
Yes, sir, well.
So we are putting the minority report with the recommendations there to say do the financial and forensic financial audit, and also there are indemnity clauses that the Solicitor General should look at and see if they can recover some of the costs from those who broke those indemnity agreements. And then the final point is, Mr. Bruce Golding has put it on the table of Parliament that we must debate an act to amend the Contractor General Act to make it illegal to award contracts outside of the established transparent contract award process.
Yes.
So, Mutty, thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, sir.
God bless you.
All the best to you. Okay. Okay, we're going to read a couple of emails first before we get back to the phones.
Mr. Perkins, dear sir, you don't have to explain yourself.
I beg your pardon, I'm not hearing you.
You don't have to explain yourself, Mr. Perkins, to the man who called you about non-refundable and refundable tax yesterday, says this email. Generally, PAYE is a non-refundable tax unless you have paid more PAYE than you are entitled to pay for the year.
Or obliged to pay.
There are few circumstances where you received a refund for income tax. One, if you were employed for part of the year that your total salary that you have earned for the year is less than the income tax threshold, then you can file an income tax return and get a refund of the amount of income tax and the difference of your gross pay and annual threshold. Please note, if you do not file a return, you do not get a refund. Consequently, this refund is rarely given. Additionally, it takes quite a long time to get back this from government. Two, if you lost your job during the year and you are not employed for more than 6 weeks, then you may apply to the commissioner for an unemployment refund. If at the end of the year you feel that you have paid too much in PAYE, then you can file a return and you'll receive, if this is found to be true, a refund of the excess income tax that you paid. My understanding of what the lady who called you said was that when you have come to the end of your work life, she was asking if you will get back the funds that you have contributed to income tax. The answer, as you told her, is no. You do not.
Thank you, sir. We're going to take a break.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time for the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
116.
Paul, me never did tell you about the super value specials at Wendy's.
No, Oliver, but
you know them have 3 different meals for only $195 each.
Do they?
Them have the double stack cheeseburger, the cheeseburger deluxe, and the 5-piece chicken nuggets, all served with a small fries and a 16-ounce soda. Each one of them scrumptious like everything at Wendy's, and each only $195, including GCT.
Sounds like good value.
The best value in town. It's Wendy's high quality at low price.
The super value specials at Wendy's in New Kingston and Ligony Plaza.
May we see you at Wendy's.
St. Mary, take advantage of this opportunity to file outstanding company documents, register businesses, and participate in daily seminars. The Company Office of Jamaica will be at the Casa Maria Hotel, Castle Garden, St. Mary, and Highgate Branch Library, Main Street, Highgate, St. Mary, on Thursday and Friday, May 24 and 25, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. daily. You may obtain forms on our website, orcjamaica.com, or call 908-4419-24 for details.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
Mr. Perkins, I'm sending you this mail. It carries a story about the Chinese official, the former head of the State Food and Drug Administration in China, who has been sentenced to death after he was convicted of corruption. His name is Zheng Zhao. He has been accused by an official investigation last month of accepting more than $850,000 in bribes to approve hundreds of drugs. He approved a drug, mostly antibiotics, 227 of them, where dozens of people have died in China because of the poor quality or that the drugs were counterfeit. 13 babies died of malnutrition in 2005 after being fed powdered milk that contained no nutritional value. Recently, America halted the shipments of toothpaste from China. China has recalled them to investigate reports that they may be contaminated with toxic chemicals, and the gentleman has been sentenced to death. Only $850,000, not even $1 million US. Dear Mr. Perkins, I am a French-Canadian woman planning to move to Jamaica with my husband, who is a Jamaican citizen. I must say I listen to your show every chance I get. And I hear about the political climate, the economy, the crime, and the general living conditions within the country. We plan to start a business within the transportation industry, and I must say I'm not feeling very encouraged. My husband assures me that my daughter and myself will be safe, and assures me that the business will thrive. But based on what I read in the Gleaner and what I hear from individuals calling onto different shows, including yours, I'm not so sure. Everybody seems to be in the survival mode and doing what has to be done in order to just keep their heads above water. Every man for himself, as the challenges for basic living are so great. When put in desperate situations, people will do desperate things. Jamaica is filthy rich in resources and musical talent. Why is it so poor? What or who is going to take to revamp this country so it shines and oozes with money and structure? What's the problem here? We're moving to Jamaica to escape the hustle and bustle of the corporate world so we could have more time with each other and our child. But I question if the trade-off is going to be really worth it. It's from Toronto, Canada.
Thank you for that letter. Have you ever heard the word corruption? Corruption, Mom, is a very impoverishing thing.
Dear Mutty, every day on your program you say and keep on saying that the People's National Party is not an effective government in Jamaica today.
Not an effective government?
Yes.
Did I say that? I don't know what...
I agree with you in that respect. But what did the Labour Party do? They've had their chance. What did Edward Seaga do when he was Prime Minister in the 1980s? Don't you see that the mess that Jamaica faces today is the JLP mess that the PNP has been left to clean? I don't want to hear that Bruce Golding and Edward Seaga are two different persons, because if given the chance, Bruce Golding will do the same thing, or perhaps far worse than the others. What I'm saying is that the JLP is no different from the PNP, and they will not make a difference. And forming a new party will not solve the problem either, because if the NDM were to form the government, they also will be helpless in improving the situation in Jamaica. Mr. Perkins, the JLP is no different from the PNP. It can't make any difference.
You know, I cannot allow that to pass, because, look here, in the 1960s, the Jamaican economy grew at an average rate of 6% per annum. The rate that the government, under its new industrial policy, said they were hoping to achieve, so that Jamaica could by 2010 achieve the per capita income that Barbados had achieved in 1995. That was under Mr. Patterson's government in 1996. Okay? That economy, that high rate of economic growth, was absolutely destroyed in the 1970s. The economy lost about 25% of its value. Right? In the 1980s, there was some degree of recovery. The economy was growing at over 5% towards the end of the 80s, right? And into the early 90s, when the PNP took over. And from there, the economy has declined. Right? Go look at the figures now. Look at the facts. Right? Don't take it from me. Just go and look at the social and economic surveys and other such reports, and at what level the economy was moving and so on. Okay? And at the investments that were flowing into Jamaica, the Goodyear factory and other such manufacturing enterprises. Now, as to what the present JLP can do, that is another matter. But do not come with nonsense like that. Right? Those are not facts.
Dear Mr. Perkins, I sat and watched things unfold in Ottawa last Thursday when the Honourable Prime Minister visited the town and its environs. I was surprised when I saw her coming from a helicopter.
Oh?
I am wondering if the Member of Parliament deliberately planned that mode of transportation because he could not afford for her to see the bad conditions of the roads. The roads in Ottawa Bay and the surrounding districts are in a deplorable condition. What was frightening to me is that the Honourable Minister of Security, Mr. Peter Phillips, also came in a helicopter.
Oh? The same helicopter or another one?
I don't know. She doesn't. And
well, he would
never spoke.
He wouldn't have said it that way. He would said he
oh, sorry.
Yes, there are obviously two helicopters.
Peter Phillips came in a helicopter.
Yeah.
And spoke. He never even waited for the Prime Minister to come back from her tour. When he left the stage, persons left with him. After about 20 minutes after he left the stage, the Prime Minister came back from our tour in the pouring rain. Mr. Perkins, persons are suggesting that the PNP camp is still not fixed up because a Michael Manley and a PJ Patterson on a tour, a man like the security minister would be there to keep the crowd until the leader arrived. The bottom line is that this hurry-come-up thing was planned because the JLP was touring in the southeastern St. Mary the previous Thursday. Mr. Perkins, believe me, there were people there at that last Thursday's meeting from all 14 parishes. Also, a stage show was put on with Fab Five Band and singers.
Yes. Anyway. Yes.
I'll stop now because the lines are heavy.
Okay, anyway. All right. Thank you very much. We go now to our telephone lines. Hello? Hello? What's that? Hello? No, I'm not hearing anybody. Hello?
Yes?
Yes?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, ma'am.
Mr. Perkins,
Yes,
I have
ma'am.
two issues here. One is about the Registrar General's office, and the other one is the National Housing Trust.
Yes.
On the 9th of this month, I paid $5,550 for a no impediment certificate, and I'm supposed to get it within 7 days. And up to yesterday, they could not give me any proper information as to when I will get it. And these documents are to go abroad to be translated, and the time is running out on me. I need to, if you could get Miss Holness or somebody to find out what is happening at that place, because they are taking people's money under false pretense, because several people, I was down there on Friday and people have been waiting for years. They said they send these things by courier. They don't give you them on the compound, which I think it's a way of them not measuring up to their responsibilities.
Yes. You know, Mum, I'm tired of calling or having Mrs. Holness called, right? That cannot be the answer to this problem. Because if I call for 10 people, right, there are 1,000 out there who are having similar problems.
Yes, and they need to do something about that, Hafiz.
Well, people need to do something about it, right? People need to understand that the purpose of government is to serve their interests, not to serve the interests of the government, right? Yes. This is not a problem that is confined to the RGD. It is typical of government. Government is taking money out of the pockets of people.
And
what are they doing with it? Where are the services that they are supposed to provide?
And Jamaicans don't seem to be getting it.
Well, there you are. Hold on just a moment.
Get the security that comes from the COK Partner Plan. Your money is completely safe and you don't have to pay the banker. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is
1:30.
Hey, Red! Rodeo is a-coming.
Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome, Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
A-B-C-D-E-F-G. Education's important to me.
From GSAT to my master's degree, Scotiabank has the plan for me.
Time flies. Open a Scotia Education Savings or Scotia Education Wealth Plan for your child today. Then watch it grow as fast as they do. The Scotia Education Savings or Wealth Plan also offers scholarships and bursaries annually. Call or visit any Scotiabank branch for details and start your plan today. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
And the other issue is the National Housing Trust. I have one of these studio apartments in one of their schemes. And I'm trying to get a loan from a building society. Now, when I checked for a title. Over 5 years, this scheme has been going on. The National Housing Trust is saying to me they have no title available for the scheme and for people in the scheme. And, you cannot get any loan without a title. I asked them how soon they will be having a title. They have no idea. That's the legal department.
Have you finished paying them for the scheme?
No, I have not finished paying them, but the building society would just need a copy. They are going to pay off the mortgage that I have left. But I cannot they don't have a title. They have no title for the area. And they are telling me I am to go to the building society and ask for a letter to bring to them. But I think it should be their responsibility. If they don't have title, there should be some sort
and
of...
And when you have brought that letter to them, what will they do?
I don't know, because they should have some provision, I think, where if they cannot produce a title for people with their homes, there should be some sort of provision for them to give people to go to the building societies. And the other thing is, I'm retired. I am entitled to $1.2 million. They are telling me I have to go back to work and pay and giving my contribution for 3 months at least before I can get that money.
I don't follow that.
Yes, they say I have to go back to work, start contributing for at least 3 months before I can get that money that is entitled to me.
Then when will you get the money that you contribute for the 3 months?
Pardon me?
When will you get the money you contribute for the 3 months?
Well, I would hope that I would get it after the 3 months contribution.
Well, that doesn't seem to me to make sense, Mom.
But
if they have money for you, I tell you something. What you might do is write them a letter and tell them to write that off against what you owe them.
And the building society is prepared to loan me the money. I cannot get money from them, the housing trust, and I cannot get money from the building society because of the housing trust. My life should be on hold because of the housing
I
trust.
think I would talk to my lawyer about that, right?
Okay, sir.
Talk to your lawyer about it.
All right?
All right?
Okay.
Good.
Thank you.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Is this Mr. Perkins?
It is the beast himself.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, Mom.
Okay. I have a problem in which I've been trying days to get a hold of you. I don't live here. I live abroad. But I have an apartment here that whenever time I come here to Jamaica, we stay there along with the family.
Yes.
Okay. The bank that we're dealing with is Victoria Mutual, and I really want the people of Jamaica to understand and to know what's going on with Victoria Mutual. I'm behind 1 month on my mortgage, and the mortgage due on the 1st of the month, and what happened is that after when I called to get the amount, I know I'm behind on that, but when I called to get the amount that I'm behind on plus the late charge, I was told that they was not receiving the payment because they put up my property for auction, and the auction went through on the property sale. My address in the state have not changed. My phone number in the state, I work at at the place where I work for 7 years. That number have not changed because before then they called me there and they got me. So therefore, they know the number that is here.
So what are you saying? What are they telling you? That you are more than a month in arrears?
Yes, sir.
How many months?
2 months in arrears.
You're 2 months in arrears?
Yes, sir.
You thought it was 1.
I thought it was 1.
But they say you didn't get the...
They said they sent me a register letter to let me know that I'm in arrear 2 months. They said they public it in their arrears that they public, which is a paper that they hand out. I checked their paperwork. It was not listed in there. I checked from February back because my last payment that I made was in February. So when I pick up their listing, I check it thoroughly. It was not listed in there. Okay? But to my understanding, I believe it's something done within the bank. They have done that within the bank. What my question is to you, how long does it take a title to change over into someone else's name?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that there's a specific time. But, so they have already sold your property?
That's what they said. That's what they said.
That sounds very strange to me, Mom.
Yes.
If I were
Victoria
you,
Mutual.
If I-
Victoria Mutual
All right.
Bank.
if I were you, I'd talk to a lawyer.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Okay. Is there
That
any
is-
is there any other words of different ways that can you lead me to, or anything else that can you say
No,
pertaining
I
to
would
that?
just talk to a lawyer about it, because I don't think that property can be sold like that. I think you have to go through certain processes.
Okay. Is that illegal? Is that what they do to people that is abroad?
Well, I don't know, but they
To
have
my
your...
understanding, I understand that they target people that live abroad and have their property.
No, I don't know that is
Yes, sir,
necessary.
I'm telling you that's
No,
what's
no, no,
going
no.
on. And
No.
you all need...
If you are having a problem with Victoria Mutual, discuss it with a lawyer. Okay? Thank you. If you are having a problem with Victoria Mutual, discuss it with a lawyer. Okay? Thank you very much. Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Yes, sir?
yes, I'm holding for Mr. Perkins.
Yes, I'm on. You're on.
Okay, sir. I'm making a comment on a comment that Mr. Shaw made about money spent on super highways could better be spent on farmers. Well, I'm a farmer myself, and I think that money spent on super highways is money spent on farmers.
Is it really?
Yes.
Why?
Well, in my business, we depend a lot on distribution, island-wide distribution. And since the building of the toll road, it has improved the productivity of our distribution system immensely.
Oh, is that so? Good.
Yes, because it's not only cost a lot less, but the time saved using the super highway instead of the traditional road
Yes.
allows us to deliver to more customers from
Good
each
for you.
road daily.
Good for you. But you're one farmer.
Well, I imagine that most farmers are running a business like myself.
No, I don't know that that's so necessarily.
And why shouldn't that principle apply to everybody?
No,
As a distributor?
I don't know that
They're
it
good.
does. Because I believe that there are a lot of farmers in Jamaica who, to get to the superhighway, would have to travel on roads that are in awful conditions.
Yes, I agree with that totally, but it seems to me that not improving roads is a retrograde step in that respect.
I beg your pardon?
It would seem to me, though, that not having a plan for highways would be a retrograde step, because I would like to distribute more on the north side of the island and the western end of the island. And the cost and time involved in transporting goods here now makes it very prohibitive.
Yes, well...
I'm not carrying any political platform, and I'm just speaking about it from a purely practical point of view.
Well, sir, I'm not telling you that there is no advantage to be gained by constructing highways. But there is such a thing as priority, you know?
Yes.
It would be nice to have this, that, the other, and so on. But among those items, there are some that are more important than others to your welfare. Am I right?
Yes.
And therefore that has to enter into the calculations.
Yes, but I think people, they should take a more careful look as to how much the time saved by using highways affects business, because distribution is a big aspect of agricultural products.
Well, distribution is an important aspect of any product, right? But the thing is this: I remember a man calling me to tell me one day that he had come in from Mandeville, using the highway. He had come in from Mandeville in an hour and a quarter or something like that, right? And it took him from 6 miles to to New Kingston.
Yes.
Took him another, what was it, hour and a half or something like that.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Well, but I'm not against them improving the roads from 6 miles to New Kingston either.
No,
so my point is that I don't think that diverting money from roads more directly to the farmer is necessarily a good idea, because
yes, but
I have found that distribution is so key that I think that having a good distribution network, a good system of roads, automatically improves productivity. Think of the time.
Hold on a little bit.
The time saved by having workers
hold on a moment,
sitting in a car in traffic.
Hold on a moment. Distribution comes into the picture when the farmer has reaped his crop.
Yes.
Prior to reaping his crop,
yes,
there are a lot of other things that the farmers has to do.
Yes.
To put that crop into the ground, to fertilize it, to do this, that, the other, and so on, sprays and whatever. So he has constantly to be going to the shop, to be bringing in experts to do this, that, the other, and so on, right? And it isn't just a one-way movement, a one-time movement. There are not just highways. There are access roads. There are the roads that lead up to his farm, right? And some of the many farmers in Jamaica would have to drive 10 miles or more to get to the highway.
Yes.
To be able to move quickly.
Yes.
Right?
I'm not saying that other roads shouldn't be fixed. What I'm saying is that what we call super highways, which I can only refer to the toll road, the existing toll road, is such a tremendous help in terms of not only distribution costs, but even if I have to do some business in, say, Kingston,
yes,
I save an hour or more each way doing that business, which allows me 2 hours more in my management time each day. So as far as I'm concerned, super highways are one of the key tools for productivity.
Good. Okay. We take a break. We come back shortly.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is 1:45.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up in wallet and him look at the money in, sorry, him never have more.
Ricky don't matter top, you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, the choice could only be to us.
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware. Blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's all the blah, blah, blah?
Pay only $3 a minute after 3 minutes with Digicel.
After 3?
Yeah, pay only $3 per minute after 3 minutes with Digicel, even when you're calling overseas. $3 after 3 from your Digicel to the USA, Canada, and the Caribbean. Or call another Digicel and even a landline.
$3 after 3.
Even to call foreign?
Yep, so now you're going to be hearing a lot more.
Promotion runs from May 25 to July 1, 2007.
See the press for details. Digicel. Expect more, get more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the thinking person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon to you, Mom.
Yes,
How are you?
I'm calling about some bulb that you have some people going around issuing.
Yes.
You have these like some PNP people with them.
PNP
issuing these bulbs and telling the people them, see what your government doing for us. See what is that for? Is it not for everybody?
Oh, the people are coming around.
Pardon me?
The people are coming around, and while the bulbs are being screwed in, they give you a nice political shot.
Yes.
I see.
Yes, I'm telling you about, you see what your government doing. I'm telling you people, them don't make bulb catch them. Okay, thank you.
All right, Mom. Okay, hello? Incidentally, somebody told me that you remember that we've been talking a lot about the high cost of electricity and, associated with the increase in the price of oil, but also with Morant. And the contract given to Morant by the government. And there's been a lot of talk recently, too, about alternative sources of energy. Somebody was telling me last night, I think it was, that wind plant at Monroe, it's been out of service now for quite some time. I hear it's back. It's back in service now. It's for the last couple of days. Good to hear, and I hope it continues. A and B, I hope that we get some increasing investments in that method of generation. Right? If enough investment is put into wind generators, it might have an effect upon the cost of electricity to the country. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. Good afternoon?
Good afternoon to you.
Yes, I heard a lady talk to you this morning about some pipes being laid down here in Southwest Clarendon.
Yes.
And Mr. Perkins, it is true.
It is what?
It is true.
It's true.
Yes. But let me tell you something, Mr. Perkins. Since the rain, let me tell you something. We don't have any road. We don't have anywhere to walk, Mr. Perkins. Children can't go to school. No vehicle don't want to come. So we are trapped.
Oh, Lord. So why the digging up the road in the rainy season?
I don't know. They're laying pipes. And let me tell you something. All the lines that they lay already start to swim.
Start to what?
Swim, because where they put the water, where they put the pipes full of water now. And all the pipes swimming now.
Oh, Lord.
So I don't know what is going to happen.
Oh, well. But, there's an urgency about it, because the election is coming up.
Yes.
So they had to act promptly.
Something that they never do some years ago.
Well, that is the problem. That's the question that people should be asking.
Why it wasn't done before now?
Absolutely.
Right? And I just can't understand. It's not that we are not up for the improvement, Mr. Perkins. We need the improvement. But the way it is being done.
But why did you have to wait 18 years for the improvement?
To get it. And now that we get it, we are going through pain.
Yes. Rough on you.
I don't know what they are going to do about it, but they have to come and do something real quick about it. We can't live like this. We are people.
This is what? Southwest Clarendon?
Yes.
Yeah.
We are not hogs. We are people, and we need to go about our business. Our children need to go to school.
Absolutely.
Vehicles need to come in here, right? We can't live like this.
Well, Mom, I hope that your government is hearing.
Well, you know, Mr. Perkins, you see this constituency?
Uh-huh.
I hope the people really open their eyes, you know, because they are loyalists.
Oh.
They are loyalists, you know.
Uh-huh.
And I think what they feel that whatever they do to us here, we will take it, and the next time around, you know,
Yes,
they'll do what they have to do.
I see.
So they do what they do to us because they know that there are people here who would do differently to them,
I
because
see.
they don't mind. They don't mind the bad treatment.
Uh-huh.
Okay, Mr. Perkins.
All right, Mom. Thank you very much. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Hi, Mutty. How you doing?
Not too bad.
Tell me something. How many member of parliament? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. How many member of parliament do we have? How many do we have in the house?
In the House of Representatives?
Right. Yeah.
60.
60.
Yeah.
Is that 60 on both sides?
Some are PNP, some are JLP.
Yeah. So it's 60 between PNP and JLP.
Yes.
So how many members do we have sitting on both sides in England?
It probably is somewhere in the region of 600 and something.
Okay, so it's different. Because I was just wondering.
Well, it's a lot more in England.
Huh?
It's a lot more in Britain.
It's a lot more.
Yeah, man.
Okay.
There are hundreds of members of parliament.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I haven't seen a number recently, but it has long been, I think, over 600.
Okay, so tell me something. If the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Miss Portia Simpson, is unable to put, what's the population of Jamaica? Is it 3.5 to 4 million?
It's somewhere in the region of 2.7 million.
2.7 to 3.
No, it's about 2.7 million.
Right. So that means to say if we are unable to put 2 million people to work here in Jamaica, it simply means then that our head of state here would be definitely unable to run the United States of America. Am I right?
I suppose so.
Yeah, but I mean, when you look on the population growth in America, 350 million.
Yes.
In Britain, 57 million. That's why I asked the question: how many,
Yes.
MPs have we got on both sides of the house here? Because it seems to me that as a PM, one is directly responsible for the head of state of the government of the day. Am I right?
You mean the Prime Minister?
Right. She
The
is
head
in
of
charge of the government.
Prime Minister is not the head of state. She's head of government.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yes.
So, if say for instance, the finance minister is not doing his job, she can get rid of him.
Oh, yes.
So how long have we?
Assuming that she has somebody else to put in his place.
Okay, but isn't this the
and that she can do so with the support of her majority in Parliament.
Okay, so it has to go by a majority.
Well, if the Prime Minister offends the majority and the majority votes against her, she loses her job.
But we haven't seen anything like that in the last.
Calling elections. But
Have we ever seen anything like that in Jamaica since we got independent?
No.
We haven't?
No.
Have we seen anything where a minister has lost his job since independence?
Yes, I think we have seen cases of that. I think there have been cases where ministers have lost their jobs, yes.
So, in regards now to road, light and water, Mutty.
Yeah.
If, say for instance, we allocate money, in other words, government tax the taxpayers, which is us, in order to provide us with these utilities. So who is there to make sure that the money that has been taxed?
Well, hold on a little bit. You have to be careful. Roads, water, and what?
Road, water, and light.
And light.
Yeah.
Well, the government doesn't tax us to pay for light, except street lights.
Oh, but if we use the light,
Right.
we get taxed by it, isn't it?
I beg your pardon?
If we use light, we have to pay tax on light bill.
Well, we pay tax on the light bill, yes.
Yeah, so the government tax the...
Yes, but the government isn't providing the light. We are paying for the light separately.
Yeah, but we are paying tax to use it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Understandable. So what happened when that money is allocated? Is there someone there to oversee that this money has been properly spent?
Uh-huh. Well, that is the responsibility of the government, of the Prime Minister and her cabinet.
And if Mr. Bruce Golan does become the next Prime Minister of Jamaica, would he be able to do all the things within that short space of time, 5 years?
Do all the things? What do you mean by all the things?
He's campaigning on jobs and more jobs.
Yes. Yes, but he could start the process. I say he could start the process of expanding the economy. It wouldn't happen overnight, but he could start it going.
Right. So, has he come with any plan as to, how is he going to get investment rolling in this country?
Well, I gather that they're coming out with a manifesto.
Yeah, but what is it delaying it? Because I get the understanding that the JLP doesn't want to come out with its manifesto because of fearing then that, it might be preoccupied by the present administration.
Preoccupied?
When I said preoccupied, copied by the present administration.
Oh, well, I suppose that is I suppose that is something they would be concerned to guard against.
You suppose?
Hold on just a moment for me.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, greater value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Forest. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a flash flood watch in effect for low-lying and flood-prone areas of central and eastern parishes until 5 o'clock this afternoon. A flash flood watch means flash flooding is possible, and residents are advised to take precautionary measures, keep informed by listening to further releases, and be ready for quick action if flooding is observed or if a warning is issued. The trough in the vicinity of Jamaica continues to influence the weather across the island and its southern coastal waters. Showers and isolated thunderstorms are expected to continue today, especially during the afternoon. The trough is forecast to remain near the island for the next 36 to 48 hours, resulting in cloudy conditions with periods of showers and thunderstorms, which may at times be heavy. Consequently, flooding of low-lying and flood-prone areas of central and eastern parishes is likely. Fishers and other marine interests are being advised to exercise caution, mainly over southern coastal waters, as strong gusty winds are likely in the vicinity of showers and thunderstorms. An improvement in weather conditions is expected after Thursday. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Manchester Co-op Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Did you know that worn shock absorbers could cause accidents? Replace them now with quality units from Universal Shocks Limited, 58 Redhurst Road. Telephone 925-1000. Universal Shocks Limited, your shock and strut specialists, where everyone gets a discount.
Business Online is brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
Good afternoon. I'm Orville Johnson from Today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. The cash-strapped national airline, Air Jamaica, has taken another step in its restructuring process. The move will see the discontinuing of its service to the United Kingdom in October and the sale of its London Heathrow Airport access to the British-based Virgin Atlantic airline. Air Jamaica has been losing approximately US $2.5 million a month on its London route. The losses were approximately US $27 million in 2006 and is expected to lose US $30 million in 2007. Air Jamaica will maintain its links to its UK market through a strategic code-sharing partnership with Virgin Atlantic. Under this arrangement, Virgin Atlantic will operate 4 round trips per week from London Gatwick Airport with twice-weekly services to Kingston in addition to Virgin's current twice-weekly services to Montego Bay. The London office presently has 20 employees, some of which may be retained by Virgin Atlantic. The 2 A340 aircraft currently leased by Air Jamaica to operate the London route will be returned to the lessor or subleased to another carrier when this London service ends on October 28, 2007. Consumer confidence in the United States rose sharper than expected in May as a more upbeat business outlook and a surge in stock market overshadowed the impact of record gasoline prices. The Consumer Sentiment Index climbed to 108.0% in May, compared with April's 106.3%. Consumer expectations for the inflation rate for the 12 months was 5.5% in May, versus a downward revision of 5.1% in April and 5.6% a year ago. The Jamaica currency traded firm today at yesterday's rate of $68.17 Jamaican for each US dollar in the Cambia market. Demand for foreign currency was light from brokers. For the second consecutive day, the stock market traded firm. Of the 30 stocks which traded, 11 advanced and 11 declined, and 8 traded firm. The volume traded was low, however, at 1.9 million units. Cable and wireless dominated trading, followed by Radio Jamaica and Jamaica Broilers. The day's main advances were First Caribbean International Bank Jamaica, up 14.2% to close at $24. Jamaica Pegasus was up 13.6% to close at $12.50, and Cable and Wireless was up 3.2% to close at 96 cents. The day's main decliners were Goodyear Jamaica, down 15% to close at $6.80. Radio Jamaica lost 14.2% to close at $3. And Jamaica Producers lost 14.9% to close at $25.52. The JC Index gained 137.54 points to close at 89,771.45 points. Our advice comes to you today from Guardian Asset Management Jamaica Limited. Let's examine some steps to successful investment. First, set yourself an appropriate goal to strive for. Secondly, don't just work to exist, but constantly strive to better your financial position. 3, start early and invest consistently. For example, if you were to invest $10,000 monthly for 10 years at a rate of 15% compounded monthly, your funds would have grown to $2,786,572 at the end of 10 years. Imagine if you are saving consistently for 30 years or more. For further information, contact Guardian Asset Management at 946-3800 or email them at gam@ghl.com.jm. And that's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need information, then you can call us at 927-7392 or 978-6262 or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6, or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. Or you may log on to our website at www.todaysmoneylimited.com for further business news. Join me again for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Business Online was brought to you by Guardian Asset Management for investors who want more.
Wow, a new gazebo. What's next? The pool?
Oh, you better believe it. I've been investing in Fortune 5 from Guardian Asset Management, and I get much higher returns tax-free.
So how much did you really invest?
Well, my portfolio at Guardian Asset made me $100,000 in interest, and I put that in Fortune 5.
I get it. Stay invested and keep the long-term view alive while enjoying short-term gains.
You always get it.
Guardian Asset Management.
Fortune 5 for investors who want more.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Yes, Mutty.
Yes.
Let me just say this, that I think everyone in Jamaica should get a chance to become Prime Minister, if it's even for a day.
You think so?
So we'll have all ourselves to blame.
What a confusion that would be.
But would we be in a worse position now?
Than now?
Yeah.
Well,
if everyone getting a chance of the slice of the cake.
I
but
don't
let me
know.
ask you, politicians, do they?
You mean, I see, that is how you get a slice of the cake.
Yeah.
By being Prime Minister. Oh, Lord.
Well, let me ask you, Mutty. Politicians, do they invest in Jamaica their own personal money?
I don't know. I suppose some of them do.
Yeah, but wouldn't they want to make sure that the economy is growing and, crime is...
Yes, I should have thought so.
So that the business to which they are doing,
yes,
they would be able to make even much more money.
Absolutely. And to be more secure. And to be more secure.
And to be more secure.
Yes.
So I'm wondering if everyone has a passport, so when everything collapses, they can all go.
Well, I should not be surprised. We have seen it in the past, where some number of politicians have gone abroad.
To reside permanently?
Eh?
To reside permanently.
Well, they have resided there for quite some time, and I can think of one who, is he's into things today. He was at one point Minister of Finance when his party lost in 1980. Or was it before that he went? Yeah. He went abroad, was living in the United States, and came back after 1989.
Okay. Now, one of the things that struck me, Mutty, right? And, sometimes we speak very emotional, because when you look at a beautiful country like Jamaica with majority of the people who live in Jamaica are hard-working Jamaicans, and you know that because when they go abroad, they do well.
Yes.
You know, and I was reading the Gleaner some time ago.
I don't know that necessarily means that they do well in Jamaica, because the conditions under which they work hard abroad are not the same conditions under which they would be called upon to work in Jamaica if they had work to do.
Yeah. So, but the point I'm making is that irrespective of the conditions to which they are called upon to work hard abroad, they have managed to, make something of it.
Yes, many of them.
Precisely, and they come back here and they're sending money here. But, I would just like to say that if Mr. Golden is seriously thinking about jobs and more jobs, that can only come through investors.
Yes, indeed. Hold on just a moment.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is 2:15.
Deposit insurance is a scheme to protect depositors in banks and building societies. And effective July 1, protection for depositors' funds will be increased from the current $300,000 to $600,000 per depositor per institution. For further information, call JDIC, toll-free at 1-888-991-5342.
JDIC, protecting deposits for you and me.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back on line. Hello?
Yes, Mutty. Mr. Golden saying jobs and more jobs. Now, which foot would he have to move first? Now, if he's promising jobs, wouldn't he then have to tackle security?
He's going to have to tackle security, yes.
Yeah, because we need investors. Now,
hold on a moment. He's going to have to tackle security. But in my view, he cannot successfully tackle security without jobs.
But I want you to educate me now, Mutty. Which would he have to do first?
I don't know that one comes first. Well, put it this way. A lot of people are engaging in criminal activity because they have no hope of achieving happiness through legitimate pathways.
Right.
Right? They have no opportunity, they have no chance of getting a job, of earning and living and so on and so forth. But they have to eat, right? They have to try to survive somehow. And that often leads them into criminal pathways. Now, if you want to, as Karl Marx said, the economics is fundamental, right? So, if you want to have a peaceful, orderly society, you're going to have to make it possible in that orderly way to make it possible for people to earn decent livings for themselves and to have some hope for their future and that of their children. Right? So it is not a matter of doing one and then doing the other. You're going to have to tackle both simultaneously.
You mean to create that balance?
You're going to have to tackle both. You're going to have to deal with the problems. Right?
Yeah, so how do you actually say to an investor, a potential investor, who wants to come here and invest his money, with the crime as it is at the moment, what do you then say to him?
Well, you talk to him about it and you tell him what you are doing and what you're proposing and how do you propose to get there and so on.
Wouldn't you first have to guarantee him, as an investor, safety?
Well,
he would want to feel, what would you tell him for him to feel at least 90% secure that when he arrives here in Jamaica, he's not going to be shot, his business won't be mugged, or etc.?
But there are businesses operating in Jamaica right now, you know.
Yeah, we have that. We're not talking about businessmen here and investors here. They are here already. What we want to do is to grow the economy, and the way to grow the economy is to attract whether overseas investors or having our investors.
But I think that if a businessman is given enough of an incentive to come here, even although there may be some risks, then he might well come. And if he knows that you're dealing with the problem, right? Then he might come. There are ways of engineering security, you know.
So within that manifesto that we're about to hear, I'm sure we'll be hearing something in regards to that then.
I should think so.
Well, let's wait and see what happens.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much. Okay. Hello. Hello.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, I noticed that the chickens coming home to roast.
Which ones are those?
Down at the green field.
Oh, you mean the
I hear Mr. Tracy says this one.
No, I thought that the cows were coming home to feed.
Yeah, but I am wondering if the farmer, Governor General, gone back to Montego Bay.
I am not sure.
Because he had some buffalo that would be a good pasture.
Yes, I never thought of that.
Yeah, man, because I hear Mr. Tracy say it's US 30 million gone down the drain, and it's one big cow pasture, and he hear moo, moo, moo. And him say that the facilities are in contempt and limbo. And the place is riddled with grass and cobweb.
Yes.
And that the World Cup organizers says that they are done with it.
And I hear that
the NHT is now responsible.
I hear that the place is being vandalized.
Yeah, man, that is being vandalized.
Things are being stolen out of it.
And he said that the people who criticized it in the initial stage were regarded as negative and fighting against progress. And he said that the place is one official green elephant in the cow pasture. But I don't know if they have any green elephant, you know.
Oh, is that so?
Because
yes,
I regard it as a white elephant from the beginning.
I see.
If the elephants were of different color, then I would describe the elephant as red or orange. In terms of those who initiated it.
I'll follow you.
Mr. Perkins, I hear you with Mr. Shaw talking about those fluorescent bulbs that have to be installed by the Cubans. And I see where Mr. Palwell says that every house in Jamaica will have these bulbs by the end of August.
Oh, is that so?
Yeah, man. The program was launched in 2006. And it says that up to the present time, almost 1 million bulbs have been put in.
That reminds me of Mr. Pickersgill saying that
pothole-free 2003.
Pothole-free by 2003.
Yeah, man. And then I hear them say now that by the end of August, they will put in 4,000 fluorescent bulbs. And children that are on holiday will go out there with the Cubans to install the bulbs.
I see.
So in over 1 year, they couldn't put in 1 million bulbs. But in roughly 2 months, they are going to put in 3 million bulbs. I wonder why this incessant yes in order to put in less bulbs now. Because of the election?
Well, I don't know.
Because they said the election is the 27th of July, you know.
27th of July?
Yeah, man.
Who told you that?
Well, I moderate a bit, me say the 27th of July, because remember, Dr. Finn did tell the Prime Minister they must call it on the 7th of July 2007.
Yes. Oh, did
but he never knew so the 7th was a Saturday. So there was the 24/7.
So what? God didn't point that out to him?
No, man. You know, some private business and a roost to who think the Jamaican people. God do business in no politics, you know.
Huh?
God doing business in any politics.
I'm inclined to believe that.
Any one of them that you hear coming at talk about God Almighty, keep us far from them as the east is from the west.
I'm inclined also to believe that, yes.
Including the present leader.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, man.
Oh, well.
Very serious out here. And I hear Mr. Shaw talking about that $500,000. I never knew the MPs would have to take money out of the SESP money that really can't reach anywhere in order to assist in the placement of Cuban bulbs.
The screening of bulbs.
Yeah, man, screening of bulbs. They screw up the country. And then they expect the people to be so weak that they do have strength to screw in the bulbs. Mr. Perkins, the JUTC, I hear that they had brought in some 50 new buses for World Cup.
Oh.
But they say only 35 of them have been put into the JUTC and they're working on paperwork in order to bring in the other 15. But they say with even the inclusion of that 35, out of a complement of 400 buses, we only have 296.
Oh.
Which is 73.75% of the capacity that is needed in order to have a proper bus service. And leading up to the last election, I remember when the PNP government bring in all these buses. And when you talk about it, I hear one of them come on a talk show in the morning and say that they usually wake up 4:30 in order to get ready to go to work. But now because of the improvement in the system, how they can wake up later and get to work with ease. But in less than 5 years, a significant amount of those buses become non-functional.
Oh, is that so? Yeah. Well, so I gather.
Yeah, so...
And in addition, the company is losing what? $3 million a day?
About $10 million a day, because they said they lose 1.17 billion projected to be lost this year. And they lose mostly 1.27 billion last year.
Oh.
So divide that by 365 and you see how
if you could save that money and the money that Air Jamaica is losing on routes and so on, it would be very easy to guarantee the free education of every one of our children.
And the Scandal White House.
Scandal White House.
And the National Solid Waste Management, $451 million. You could have free... You could bring free education, free health care for everybody in Jamaica, freeness.
At one point they were losing $2 billion.
So that is the type of government that we have. But I hear Mr. Golden said the other day when they asked him how we're going to get money to provide such services. And Mr. Golden said that is an indictment upon the government in terms of their management of the economy, that they come at this late stage to ask where you're going to get money from. Because if we had good management of the economy, then we will be able to care for the poor, the needy, the indigent, the dispossessed, and all those people that are in need of help.
I suspect that there's a lot of truth in that.
And I hear them say Portia's term is the people's term.
Well.
So whose term was it before from 1989?
Good question.
Because 1989, I hear they say we put people first.
What was the last? Was the fourth term to be the people's term too?
No, I never hear that. I know me, that's a Portia's term is the people's term. So I want to know what PG's term was. If it was big man term. All of a sudden, they decide
the fourth was log on to progress.
Yeah, man, the fourth one log on to progress and big man term.
Yes.
But now it's poor man term.
I wonder where is the progress?
Huh?
I wonder where is the progress?
Very good question.
Anyway, look here, we're running out of time, eh?
Okay, have a good day.
Thank you very much. Okay, all the best to you too. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Hi.
Who is this?
Eh?
Who is this?
The monster.
Huh?
A monster.
A monster?
Yes.
I
with a monster.
You're not dealing with a monster.
No, I call him Mr. Perkins.
Perkins is a monster, you know. You didn't
He's
know
a
that.
monster?
Yes.
So am I talking with Mr. Perkins?
Yes, you're talking to that monster.
Oh. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes. I hear a lot of talking. But what I want to say, Mr. Bruce Golding, is that...
Hello? I don't know what happened there. Okay, hello? Oh, I see. All right. We're out of time. Okay, that brings us to the end then of Perkins on 9-4 today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time and place. We look forward to your company. So long.